Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the virtual regular legislative board meeting for Tuesday, November the 10th. Thank you for your patience. We're starting a few minutes late, but I wanted to start the meeting with a call to order with a Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. Schultz.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. And I just wanted to note that all of our board and legislative meetings will continue via Zoom until further notice. And our meetings are also live streamed on Comcast Channel 42 and Verizon 1960. And before I begin the rest of the meeting for the evening, I wanted to thank the administration, the staff, teachers, students, and families, again, for their flexibility and commitment in continuing navigating through remote learning. I know that this has not been easy, but just wanted to thank you for your resilience and your flexibility as we continue with this model. As Dr. Marseille indicated in his November 6th letter to families, we're evaluating a transition plan to return to school in January 2021. And this evening, Dr. Marseille will share an update on the transition plans and the most recent COVID-19 data, as well as invite conversation on winter sports. Just know that the board has been carefully reviewing all available information, including COVID data, as well as been attending any reopening committee meetings and absorbing meeting summaries and various presentations, and will continue to do so as we evaluate transitioning and transition plans in general. Also, the district had a preliminary discussion with students from Police-Free CSD a couple of weeks ago to hear their request and look forward to continuing those conversations and evaluate any policy and process improvements to enhance the experience and climate and culture for our high school students, especially students of color. A few board members were also invited to provide feedback to our 9th grade project-based learning students who created 60-second PSAs as part of an empathy project. The board members overall who were available to participate really praised the work of the students and the creativity and their call to action on a variety of issues ranging from social justice, equality, and environmental concerns. We also thank the invitation by SEEK to attend their meet and greet last week. I think we also learned quite a bit and realized that further and continuing discussions about special education are needed. And tomorrow night, we're really looking forward to continuing our discussion on equity with the Student Council and high school students. So that starts at 6:30 and goes until 8:30 tomorrow evening, and that's a Zoom meeting as well. So thank you. I'll go back to the written agenda, and I think that's recognitions, and I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Clark.
Good evening, everyone. I bring greetings to you from Wyncote Elementary School, and I've shared a presentation. I have a presentation shared to share with you this evening that just exposes some highlights of how Wyncote Elementary School has been working and spotlights our accomplishments during our virtual learning model. So I hope that you enjoy it. Ms. Peters, do you have the video link?
I do, one moment.
I know the suspense is killing everyone. It's going to be good. We should get a drum roll.
I would have made that happen. If she needs help, I can. If you share the screen with me, I can pull it up if she can't get to it.
The screen is shared.
Oh, it's shared with me.
We're not seeing anything if you're sharing your screen, Ms. Peters.
No, I'm not sharing anything. So
Oh,
Dr. Clark, can you
Dr.
take
Clark, you
control?
can open up. She
Oh, you
shared
want
that.
me to open it up? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Of course, we're loading.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Crystal Clark, the principal of Wyncote Elementary School.
We can hear it, but we can't see anything, Dr. Clark.
At Wyncote
You
Elementary,
can hear it, but you can't
is a
see it.
special
No,
place.
not yet.
Okay.
After all, I live in the Wyncote.
So you probably have to share.
You're gonna have to share screen at the bottom.
Yeah. I
And
need to
then you
get out
open
of
it
what
up.
I'm doing.
Yeah.
I can't get into share screen. So Ms. Peters, I'm not sure. I have to get out of something in order to click that I have access.
Here it is right now. Someone sharing.
Unfortunately,
They have
there's no
no
audio.
No audio, though.
Okay, that's why I gave you guys the, I gave you guys the link because I didn't think that I was going to have to.
I'm Dr. Crystal Clark, the
There you
principal.
go.
Working now.
Yep.
See it?
And I truly believe that Wyncote Elementary is a special place. After all, I live in the Wyncote community, and at the start of this school year, I began my 17th year here as the principal of the school. So as you can imagine, I thought I'd seen everything. But unfortunately, no level of training teaches you how to lead, how to principal in the middle of a pandemic. So my Wyncote Elementary School teachers and I have worked hard on developing consistency for our students and rigor of our instructional focus and programming. It's extremely important to me that our school climate within the virtual model still embrace that Wyncote family feel. That's a feeling of being part of a community that cares, a community that enjoys each other's company, a community that supports each other. I didn't want our students to not experience that. So I'm happy to announce that Wyncote Elementary School, along with Cedarbrook Middle School, has been awarded a PBIS grant to use in piloting a universal screener for student learning. In addition, this grant will help us to develop a firmer foundation with positive behavior interventions and supports, as well as establish a mentoring program to support student social, emotional growth and stability. So Wyncote Elementary School sees this as a great opportunity, and we really look forward to getting started. But in addition to our PBIS efforts, We've established our online learning norms with students, and we've implemented a school-wide parent communication system, the Bloom system, as our major communication source for parents. But in addition to all of that, I still wanted our school day to mimic as much of a typical day as possible. So we're doing that. We're doing it with daily communication, daily principal morning announcements with students. We're doing that with virtual field trips and virtual assemblies. We're doing that with our school-wide anti-racism conversations and activities that support that effort. We're doing that with school spirit days and school virtual character parades and other events. Do that, we do all of it to help build memories for students that will last for a lifetime. So please watch this short clip of the success of Wyncote Elementary School within the virtual learning model. Watch the way Wyncote does it, the Wyncote way. Enjoy, everybody.
Untitled Club. Today we are going to show how we walked against hate. Earlier today we ran a walk, and we also made signs. Mine said, hate has no home here. And mine says, walk against hate. Bye. We wish we could be in person. We miss you.
Dr. Clark, I didn't get a chance to go outside and walk or run or march, but this is a drawing I did a couple weeks ago. Hi, Dr. Clark. My family always remembers to treat others the way you want to be treated.
And I show kindness.
I don't judge people.
Hi, everybody. I'm Scarlett, and I welcome everybody to be my friend.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. We might have to produce that. Dr. Clark special production.
Thank you.
Not just thank you for sharing that, but thank you for creating a community in a virtual environment that really felt like the students were actually there in school. So thank you for making that as special as possible during, like you said, these very unusual times. Thanks for sharing. I'm just waiting. Is there any more?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, we're looking for more later. Thank you again, Dr. Clark.
Thank you, Dr. Clark.
Next is Solicitor's Report, Mr. Bruce.
I have no report, and there are no executive sessions to announce since the last meeting.
Then Superintendent's Report, Dr. Marseille.
Thank you. I'm gonna share my screen. If I can. Oh, stop. Give me 1 second. Okay, I believe everyone should see my screen right now, hopefully.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Ms. Haywood. I want to take the board and the community through some updates since the last time I've communicated. And what I'm going to do is talk about where we are with respects to COVID-19 data. Share our reopening timeline and talk about some factors that could impact that timeline as it relates to where we are now and where we possibly could be, so that at least the board and the community is aware that this navigating through COVID-19 is a week by week, month by month process, as we are seeing fluctuations in the data and some alarming numbers, but we're in a position with only a couple of other schools as we committed to opening in January versus right now. And then and then I'll remind the community that we have all of our updates available on our website with regards to our committees. And then Mr. Blackwell will then give an opportunity to talk about winter sports and what we know and what that could look like, even on the heels of some of the data that I'm going to share. I may stop my piece and open it up for board questions, and then move to Mr. Blackwell versus going through the whole entire agenda. So I wanted to share that in recent communication with staff and with parents, I had shared that if you look at data across the country, if you look at data across the Commonwealth and even in our own municipality, that our numbers are steadily rising. And this is something that many in the profession, in the medical profession, feared many, many months ago as they were developing projection models to kind of do a crystal ball to see what it possibly could look like. And the concern that as we approach the winter season, right before Thanksgiving, we may see some rise in numbers, and that is how that is playing out. And communication that I sent that said, in spite of that data, we want to continue to plan, understanding that these are particular moving targets, especially with recent conversations that have taken place, and I'll share that with you. And we continue on a weekly basis, meet with representatives from the Pennsylvania Department of Health, Montgomery Department of Health. We're extremely fortunate that we're able to tap into the expertise of the policy lab, Dr. Rubin and Dr. Coffin, who join us, meaning the superintendent, Montgomery County superintendents, weekly to provide additional insight and thought about where we are, what we need to do better, and how do we continue to work together to mitigate the spread of the virus. The reality is that it is going in the wrong direction. And individuals in the medical profession are concerned about that. And they had some sense that this was projected. I don't know if they thought that it would be the exact place where we are, but definitely said we, if not careful, could be in this scenario. And you cannot open a news outlet or any form of communication without getting some indication that the numbers are going up, and they're going up in multiple states, a lot of states. But there's some recent good news with regards to Pfizer and the possibility of this vaccine that has a 90% success rate. I have not spoken specifically with our medical providers about that, except that they are holding out hope, and they will report to us probably on Thursday any additional information that they can share about that. But part of this is to ring the alarm, for lack of a better term, and monitoring very carefully to determine the extent in which are these spikes and will they drop off, or are we going to see a pattern with where the data is showing? And Dr. Rubin and Dr. Coffin, who are physicians at CHOP Lab and directors in their own right and experts in their own right about this virus and infectious diseases and pediatrics, join the Montgomery County superintendents every week as much as their schedule can provide that, but we're consistently with them and with the Department of Health, whether it is Dr. Valerie Arkush or Michelle Masters, trying to guide us with where we are, what things are looking like. And if you, I know that maybe my letters have a lot of links, probably overkill, but if I didn't, the letters would be way too long. They're long enough for some of our families. But I wanted to make sure that in those communications, at least as I'm referencing particular institutions or particular data points, that I provide the space for parents to go on their own and do that, even though they particular links are available on our website. But sometimes it's easier in that communication to be able to just click on those and go straight to that. We were very fortunate that as obviously Dr. Rubin and Dr. Coffin are making their way around the Commonwealth, and they're finding time for all the districts who are fighting for their time. They did create an opportunity for Montgomery County teachers recently, where we had a number of our teachers who sat on a panel, and school districts across Montgomery County had the opportunity to identify a group of teachers who would sit and submitted questions to Dr. Rubin, Dr. Coffin, Dr. Arkush, and Michelle Masters around their concerns, their challenges, and try to help them better understand where we are. That session was recorded and was provided to our staff members who were unable to make that webinar as a result of the capacity of that particular meeting, and that webinar is docked on our district website through the intranet for our staff to review. A tremendous amount of information there. Probably doesn't answer all of the questions, but provide an overview. They also provide an opportunity for the board of directors in Montgomery County, and that was recorded as well for board members who were unable to make that session and share it out. They also recorded a session for families that I had shared, and also is on our website as well. So they provide a number of recommendations, and what the slide that you are seeing right now really speaks to the threshold in terms of positivity rates, and that we are slowly going above that 5% to that critical mass where there needs to be serious conversation as it moves to 6 to 7 to 8%. And in the policy lab, Dr. Rubin and his team, who consistently update their communication in terms of trying to make sure that they provide the most accurate and up-to-date information on where we are with COVID-19 and what does that mean for our families, and trying to provide mitigation to slow down this virus. And unfortunately, what has happened is that as we are moving past the 5% positivity rate, as our incident rates are increasing, they are seeing in their research and then their contact tracing where a significant number, the vast majority of the root cause of the spread. And what is happening and what they are sharing with us is that this spread is really in large part to continued social gatherings that are occurring. So individuals, families are getting, obviously this idea about COVID-19 fatigue is real, and people are letting down their guard, and they are hosting events for individuals that don't live in their immediate household, even though they may be family or close friends. And that is hyper accelerating that. Individuals who are engaging in social functions that normally would not be a problem. Case in point, sitting down during a break and going out and having lunch with colleagues, and at that time you're taking off your mask. Carpools continue to be a significant challenge, as they are seeing it there as well. They're seeing those in locker rooms with respects to the spread, but are not, according to Dr. Rubin and others, seeing that taking place, that transmission in schools between students and staff who are currently in a hybrid model. And there are a number of variables that we have to take a look at to consider. And part of that is a number of factors. Case in point, incident rates, positivity rates, in terms of the number of confirmed cases in the most recent 7-day, positivity rates, the percentage of individuals who tested positive, and then linked in community transmission. And part of that is a conversation with respects to what extent are these positive cases linked to community transmission or school transmission. There's data that we have to look at in terms of availability of staffing. What does that look like? And then how aggressive and confident are you with your contact tracing? So what I wanted to share with you is where Pennsylvania currently sits with the most recent data, which is, and I shared this before, community members a week and some change behind. Right now, Pennsylvania has reached a positivity rate of 6.9 and an incident rate of 124.9 per 100,000. And that is significant jumps compared to the previous week's data, which raised the alarm in terms of some significant conversations that have to take place in terms of what direction we need to be prepared to head, or the possibility of that. When you take a look at Montgomery County, you are seeing a jump in Montgomery County, where our positivity rates, for the first time in a very, very long time, are above 5%. And for the first time since this dashboard was put in place in early August or late August, our incident rates are above 100. When you take a look at our incident rates and our positivity, this graph tells you a startling reminder that this type of trajectory as it relates to COVID is not the type of trajectory that you are looking for. So you want week over week over week, a really steady set of data points that do not fluctuate or deviate significantly, that could share with you that transmission is under control. And if you look at our incident rates, you can see that our lowest was 14 per 100,000 and hovers around that 3240. And then you realize that it immediately jumped to 91.5. We're getting the data in a couple of days for the 6th. And our positivity rates on the bottom graph is the same thing. We hovered averaging low 3%, probably high 2%. And then we jumped to 5.3%. So yesterday, and I should say Sunday night, the superintendents received communication from Pennsylvania Department of Health and from the Pennsylvania Department of Education. And they immediately asked superintendents to be available Monday morning for a conference call where Montgomery County superintendents, along with Northampton counties, were brought into conversation as a result of what PDE said early in this process, that if counties move from low or moderate to substantial, that would trigger a superintendent conversation to share where the counties are, what the state is thinking, and what could be some possible scenarios, as now is the trigger for them looking to see whether or not this trend will continue. And if it does, what are the next steps? So I obviously share with you that the Montco metrics are high. They are above 5.2%, and the incident rates are above 100. There are currently 38 counties who are in substantial transmission, and I'll show you a graph in a little bit that helps guide the direction in which districts decided to move towards, and also used other data points to determine what's the best factor for them with regards to either an in-person instruction and or a hybrid, with the notion that one size doesn't fit all. They shared with us that Philadelphia is in its 3rd week of substantial transmission as those numbers are going up, along with Delaware County. The silver lining or the good news, there is any, is that we are not seeing transmission from school-related events, and they are happening outside the context of schooling, which brings the conversation that many health experts we talk to think that though it is on the rise, that with targeted mitigation, that we could find mechanisms for students to return if done appropriately, but are extremely concerned with the high numbers and what that could mean, even though with their interest of bringing students into the building or keeping students into the building. So this is the chart that was provided to districts across the Commonwealth. And what this shows you is a collaboration. And I have to share with the board and the community that our conversation yesterday with those two entities, there is conversation about modifying this chart to better represent district population, as some districts are smaller than others, to bring it down at a much more macro level in terms of decisions. But prior to this, the district was in a moderate level. We were significantly below 5%, even though our incident rates were higher than 10, but they weren't jumping off to where they are now in the 90s and possibly in the hundreds, and definitely not where Montgomery County is currently right now. So that allowed us to think, based on local context, based on other data points, that we could move into what PDE would recommend, though not a mandate, either a blended or full remote. Now, what has happened with the fact that we are exceeding 100 per 100,000 residents, and though we're not greater than 10, and we are, as a county, moving to those very high numbers that are concerning to medical professionals in terms of our ability to slow down the transmission. And once you start going over 5% and you're at 6 and you're going to 7, going to 8, requires districts to think critically about next steps. And that was our first meeting to say that they are going to reconvene superintendents again next week and provide additional information to superintendents and to counties. So the Department of Health and Pennsylvania has moved Montgomery County to a rating of substantial. They have not made recommendations on moving to a model. They are saying that they are going to revisit this and bring us back together to see where we are next week to determine that. Some information is coming relatively soon, and as soon as I get that information, there probably is coming in the next couple of days. It probably will not obviously fall in the timeline of a public meeting, but would definitely communicate that with the board and our community. So what does that mean for Cheltenham School District? One of the few school districts who felt that for continuity, for consistency, and the fear of opening, closing, in the event of cases that may take place or will take place, right? We did say it's not a matter of if, but when. Would it be better suited for us to move into a virtual, but maintain that trajectory through the new year, give us a little bit more time to see where the community data is. And where we're very different and other districts are contemplating what does that mean for them, as some districts started their first day yesterday. Some districts started their hybrid model last week, and some who've been in a hybrid model for some time going through that process, and are many who are finding success. So this is our what I shared with the community some time ago about a rough timeline, where we said that we wanted to make sure that by Thanksgiving, we give parents enough advance notice that this is how we're going to return in January. We give the month of December to navigate through all of those questions that come up in terms of learning model, creating the schedule, but first getting a sense of or a confirmation from families with what model they are going to return to. We need that information because we need to put together a schedule versus working with hypotheticals we need to confirm. So what that does for us is that we had a particular timeline where we indicated that on November 16th, we wanted to come back to the board and present a hybrid option to the board in terms of return, knowing that we need to move into a hybrid in order to accommodate our health and safety plan in terms to appropriately social distance students, since we can't have the traditional 18, 19, 24, 25 students in a classroom. And we had shared some time ago what a typical classroom would look like under COVID conditions in terms of social distancing. So that November 16th is on the calendar. We are hoping that, and as everything is ebb and flow, as I said, that we hope that we will have pushed out a survey very soon to families asking to confirm, do you want to stay in a virtual experience for our anticipated return, or do you want to stay in a hybrid model, depending on what hybrid model we choose, which has a lot of factors in terms of other data points we need to first confirm. And one of those is staff availability as well. Then another important date that we had referenced is November 20th is the first day of winter sports. So whatever the district wants to do, intends to do, the board votes that is a critical date, not to pressure the board to hyper accelerate any decisions, but to say the PIAA has identified the start of the winter season. Mr. Blackwell is going to share some information with you, what he's learned across Montgomery County and the Suburban One League, and what their recommendations are, so that they have a really tight window in terms of when sports starts and when they like to see competition. We have held November 23rd as a special board meeting. In the event between November 16th and between that, there might be outstanding questions. We might have to go back to the drawing board, that we wanted to earmark that as a placeholder in the event we need to come back in front of the board and or community and provide additional information if indeed things were to shift on the ground. And we are hoping by that time, before families go on their Thanksgiving break, we would have shared with our families, your child is confirmed to start a hybrid model or an online model, and additional specific information will follow as we are putting together their schedule. And then we knew if we were saying with the January 4th staggering start, where we would begin to stagger students into the building, not all at once, that we needed to find space for staff to return. for staff to come in and begin getting acclimated to, hate to use this, a sense of normal return, if that overused and really doesn't speak to what that really means. But a sense of what does it mean to get into my mode of transportation, get to another location, go into my classroom, begin getting familiar with the layout of the building, the signage that's going to be there, the way in which the classrooms are going to be set up, the desks, the chairs, anything that staff members will need to run through and do a dry rehearsal to get comfortable, to share with administration. Here's what we're thinking, here's what might not work. Principals to begin having conversation with their staff about here's how it could look in terms of arrival, dismissal, that question about recess and what does that mean under COVID-19, and the cohort model, and unfortunately, everything about COVID. And one of our principals said, everything you're asking us to supervise and do, and we understand, is the antithesis of what young children do, right? You're asking that our students wear their mask all the time. Young children are not going to wear their mask all the time. And I said, you're right. And you're asking young children to social distance when the nature of education is social. And you're asking them to play with each other, but not get close to each other. And I said, you're absolutely right. And you're asking young children to constantly wash their hands and not put their hands on their face. And as soon as you say that to someone, they're going to naturally touch their face. I said, you're right. Those indeed is the world in which we're living in, and a shift that needs to take place as we begin to slowly transition students back. But before that happens, staff needs to come back into the building and start getting comfortable with that. Start sharing with us, is the layout correct? We've made all of the necessary repairs. What else are you seeing besides our best efforts, so that we can address those before students return with a anticipated January 4th staggered approach. With that, I'm sharing that things are moving very quickly in the wrong direction. In that these particular numbers, the meeting we had yesterday, the powwowing that is beginning to occur with larger agencies. This is the first time that I have met with PDE as in such a large capacity like this, because of that trigger that was hit in terms of positivity and incident rates, and that they will be following up with districts to share information with us. And though we don't know what that is in the impact, what I do know is that we may have to be prepared. Though we are starting later than others, I believe Norristown and Pottstown are the only two districts who have a January 4th date start, is that some of those dates may have to be pushed back down in terms of our ability to be ready if the trajectory continues to go where it is and we're not seeing a drop in cases, and not only seeing a drop, but seeing that consistent over a couple of weeks. There are significant concerns about the holiday break and what happens when families are going to start getting together, not only for the Thanksgiving break, which is upon us, but also the winter break as well. And what could that possibly mean for school districts in thinking about which model in which they are going to operate during those particular windows. So I will continue to keep the community and the board updated with where we are, and some information should be coming shortly, and I'll report that as soon as I can. But I wanted to share with you that we can put a plan together, we can anticipate, We push this further out more than anybody else. And yet and still, we have numbers playing out that could have an impact on our timeline, with not only our teachers coming back, getting comfortable with the rooms, but also if that is delayed, then that is also going to push back students who are coming back, and a big question mark on what, if any, are either A, recommendations and or possible mandates that may, and I say may because I don't know, might come from the health department and or other agencies that have the authority to tell school districts, this is not a recommendation, this is what you're doing. So I will continue to keep the board updated. I want to share with our community that our committees are actively have met. The meetings are scheduled next week, and appreciate those who are sitting on those and those who continue to send us questions and recommendations as we think through this process. And obviously, if you go onto our website, our curriculum instruction committee shared possible examples of a hybrid model A, model B that's on our website. You can look through. Board members have seen that. There's also Dr. Horsey, who's leading the health and wellness committee. We are going to be launching a new monitoring tool, which is significantly more sophisticated than the one that we currently have. And on the board agenda tonight for board recommendation for approval is a contract from Qualtrics to support us not only in that monitoring tool, but other platforms that we're going to need significantly moving forward, but specifically for this calendar year, launching that health monitoring tool that will be available to our families, our students, and our staff, and that will also help us with contact tracing as well. With respects to that, our operations are doing a fantastic job. We talked about that, and our PowerPoints are on our website, and Mr. Teasdale and his team have been working to put in our oldest building air purifiers, in addition to the air conditioning that we have at Elkins Park. All of our rooms will have individual air purifiers to support that building along with the high school. And that is work in progress that is almost completed. And we are working on glass partitions, or plexiglass, I should say, partitions in our cafeteria as we start to think about capacity. And we won't know that until we get a solid number from families confirming their commitment to either to coming to a virtual experience or a in-person, which will help our principals begin to create a schedule in terms of what arrival will look like, what dismissal will look like, what the cafeteria will look like, and other large areas. So we will continue to keep you posted on that, but those presentations are on our website, and our student activities spend some time talking about, and their minutes are on our website that speaks to how are we going to start? Do we start? What happens to sports? How do we navigate that? What are the high-risk sports? What's the PIAA saying? What's the Suburban One saying? I know there was a meeting this morning with Suburban One Director of Athletics that Mr. Blackwell was in. I'm sure he'll give us an update on where that is in his report. But at this time, I wanted to open up to the board to see if they had any questions before I transfer over sharing rights of the screen to Mr. Blackwell, who will talk about winter sports and what he's learned and what it could look like.
Are there any board questions? If you could raise your hand in the participant link, then I'll be able to see that and recognize you. Okay, I see Mr. England, followed by Mr. Schultz, and then Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Ms. Haywood. Dr. Marseille, thank you for the update, the recap of where we stand. You and your administration have certainly done a good job at keeping information out in front of us and in front of the community, timelines. And I appreciate the caveats that you provide with this. All along, you have reminded us that this COVID is going to change drastically at any given time. And right now, obviously, we're observing something that's the national trend is very disturbing. And what is happening around us is pretty bad. But even here in Montgomery County and in Cheltenham, we have seen these numbers rise. So I thank you for staying on top of that. I appreciate what the county and the state are doing too, to keep the districts up to speed. I know you've put in a lot of extra time with calls and Zooms, and they were able to make the opportunity available for school board directors to hear from some of these public health experts. So all this is to say, my question to you, Dr. Marseille, is that we will consider this this shift that would take forth on January the 4th, depending upon all these factors. We are to meet next week, and you have scheduled, asked us to hold the following week. Do you think that there is any potential that there might need to be some way to connect closer to January the 4th? Because of prevailing change that is happening, if things deteriorate, recognizing that there are a series of holidays at the end of that month, but is that something that you have also thought about?
Yes, thank you, Mr. England, for the comments and the questions. There are significant concerns from the medical community with what the possible increase in transmission over holiday breaks based on what they are seeing. And they're trying to make determination on the best way to go about that. And without, until I know to some extent, multiple data points to see whether or not, yes, it's a spike. Is it occurring over 2 weeks? Do we wait another week to see if it dips in terms of that, though we're substantial transmission, to determine whether or not what that means for us? What I do know is that because this is moving so rapidly in the wrong direction, that I felt that it was important, obviously the state as well, to convene superintendents and say, hey, we're gonna let you know that we're very concerned. And whatever authority we have, we're gonna exercise that, either a recommendation and or all those governing bodies who have rights to tell districts, this is what you're going to do. So without giving any false dates, without knowing, is that I wanted to let parents know, community members know, and this board, that even our best laid plans with our anticipated timeline, that could shift. And if there are some changes to one or two pieces of that puzzle, it will naturally bring things further down into the January months, if indeed that is the case. And I want to tell you that there were significant concerns about Thanksgiving and the winter holiday, and what that means with possible transmission and families coming back to a school setting after what medical professions are saying, people are not practicing appropriate social distancing care. And they don't believe they will practice that during the holiday breaks.
So, Mr. England, could I just please follow up on your question? I think it's a related question. Just to clarify, it's a very good question in terms of the timing. So given the current state of the data that we have in front of us and the possibility that it could change, not necessarily for the better over the next couple of holidays, even if the recommendation and a board approval was made for going back to a hybrid model at some defined date in January, if there's any change in that data, I think what you're asking, Mr. England, is we may have to meet closer to that start date to reevaluate whether that date still should stand or whether we need to move it back further back in January, because we won't have active data on November the 23rd or November the 16th. I just wanted to clarify that, Mr. England.
Yeah, if I didn't, and thank you for clarifying that, if I didn't answer that. So that is correct in the sense that most likely sometime this week, we have our standing meeting with our medical experts this Thursday. They're going to follow up on us about that. Also, the PDE is scheduled to follow up with superintendents. They said no later than Friday to talk about where they are and any possible recommendations that they are going to provide, and understand that districts will need, if they decide to do something, some time to pivot, whatever that may mean for us. So I am sharing with the board and the community that things are, if they weren't fluid before, they definitely are in terms over the next couple of weeks about information that might be coming from our health experts and the Pennsylvania Department of Education.
Yeah, just thank you. Just quick follow-up comment. Our Commonwealth had done a great job earlier on in issuing guidance in terms of how things should happen. But unfortunately, in my estimation, for what I've been viewing, this issue has been tremendously politicized, and the decisions for schools were put by the legislature at the local level. And I did make a comment back in April that I didn't think that we had the right people to make these kinds of decisions. So this is just a kudos to the county and to the MCIU for bringing together public health experts, for building a partnership with the CHOP lab to be able to provide this information. And I know that I saw on an Instagram, the district has made a recording of that information available if anybody wants to know more. It's a heavy topic, and I'm not encouraging anybody, but it is available. So again, I appreciate where we are in the leadership that we have all around us for making these resources available to us this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. England. I have Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Ms. Haywood. First, since we have members of the public, I want to take a moment to please wear masks. Take this seriously. We want to be able to open, and we can't unless we can get this under control, and that requires individual actions. So +1 to Mr. England's point about the potential for politicization of this. Wearing a mask is not a political statement. My question is, Dr. Marseille, I just want to make sure I'm understanding our current state with the recognition of the trends. The current state the current numbers would put us in that third bar, correct? That the virtual only bar is that you are muted, Dr. Marseille.
I apologize. The numbers right now in Montgomery County with the 6.9% positivity rate and the 100 some odd over 100,
right?
The Department of Health, along with PDE, has indicated that we are one of 38 counties that just moved from moderate to substantial.
Right. And so, and to be clear, that in that chart that had the 3 bars, that substantial mark would mean that by those parameters, which I think are the closest, the best parameters we got right now in terms of actual thresholds, let's say tomorrow is theoretically our hybrid opening day, we would very likely be saying, nope, we're not opening tomorrow because we have hit the threshold that would determine virtual only.
And that would be a local decision.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was a lot of conversation with our superintendents about what that meant, and what is a recommendation and what is a mandate, and what does it mean, though we are in substantial, if I have proven a track record to my community that our kids, our students are in school, and that we have not had any linked transmission or school transmission, though we are substantial, I may not heed that recommendation because we've put all those things into place. So that will create those local contexts in terms of that decision. But the state did share that they would provide recommendations and to districts, but they are just that. There are other agencies, as you are aware, that can go beyond that and decide for us whether you want to open or not. We're mandating that you close, very similar to obviously the governor's actions previously, and the health department who backed up those mandatory closures.
Okay, thank you. And then another question, which I think is there was a lot of information, so I'm part of these questions is to make sure that the highlights are, for anyone listening and for myself, well understood. The timeline for making this decision is fluid. I think that Mr. England's question alluded to that fluidity, but the planned timeline right now is that we will be discussing this over the next 2 weeks and having a meeting meeting in the next 2 weeks where we will make an initial determination, and that determination may be revisited as the numbers change. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. And I think what we have learned from this, even though this is fluid, is that parents, guardians, and staff members have shared that whether they agree or disagree with the decision, right, that as much notice as you can provide helps my family and my situation significantly more. What we don't want is to make a decision at the last minute. That obviously, if we can avoid that, we want to, if we can. But over the next 2 weeks, we are going to be looking at this critically, and we're going to make a decision to say where we currently are. Do we have enough data to support the direction in which we are headed? And are we confident in that direction, and we're going to move forward with it, regardless of what that is?
Thank you. I have many other questions that will be more salient when we're having that conversation, but this is very helpful, and thank you for the information.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I have Mr. Cohen.
Yes, thank you. Following up partly on what Mr. Schultz stated, as we get into colder weather, I just want to encourage the community without being judgmental. Besides the potential impact of family get-togethers and potential spread of the virus, to also be cautious about having teenagers, especially, get together indoors, notably, because again, that based on understanding, can help to foster the spread of the virus. So I just urge the community to take caution in that sense, especially if one of our underlying goals is to try to, in a very cautious, pragmatic way, to reopen the school buildings. If we practice behaviors that's going to lead to the numbers getting worse, not to mention the human impacts and medical impacts of the virus, that will make it that much harder to reopen the schools and/or might cause us to close the schools if we do reopen them. So I'm just asking people, especially parents in this case, to urge caution and direction with their students and their children especially as we get to colder weather. It's a bit unusual in that the last few days have been beautiful weather, frankly, but my understanding is that's going to change very quickly. And obviously the last few days have been very atypical. So I have a sense that more and more people will be doing gatherings indoors. A few questions also for clarification purposes for my sake and also for the community, Dr. Marseille. If and when we do get to a hybrid model, will there still be a virtual model available for parents that want to have their students partake in a virtual model? I'm sorry, you're on mute.
I apologize. When we push out our survey, we are going to provide naturally an option for what we knew when we first, unfortunately, was in this predicament, that there were going to be families who opted for a virtual experience. And we need to make the space for that. So yes.
Great. And I think just two more questions. One is, my understanding based on previous conversations is that we're going to hold parents and their students, unless there are, I guess, extenuating circumstances, either with the families and more so with the school district and the virus, we're going to have them pick a model and stick with that model because of the disruption in terms of logistics and education if students and families were to bounce back and forth between one model to another. Is that also an accurate statement or assumption?
That is accurate, and we've communicated that. We will highlight, bold, and underline that because that is critical to continuity and consistency. And that if we have parents, and I know that there may be some mitigating circumstances in any situation that the district, whether in this model or another model, we've always had to review, but we are going to stick with our stance that this has to be a commitment for the foreseeable future.
Thank you. My last question is, there's still potential under consideration or possible consideration to have elementary students only return in a hybrid model because for various reasons, including based on understanding, they're less likely to be impacted to the degree of magnitude as older students are with the virus?
Yes, that is the case. However, when you start getting to the upper thresholds of positivity and incident rates, that most likely people would want you to take some form of immediate action. But the conversation continues to be to what extent with our youngest students and or the term our most vulnerable, can we find the opportunity for them to be in the school setting as much as possible?
And those are my questions. Thank you very much again for your work and the work of the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I have Mr. Fishbein. Mr. Burdell Williams, did you lower your hand?
I did lower my hand. David actually just asked and answered one of my questions. Thank you.
Okay. I have Mr. Fishbein, then Ms. Sloman.
First, thank you, Ms. Haywood, and thank you, Dr. Marseille, for this presentation. One thing that I think you said, but I want to just make sure that I understand it and the community understands it, is this decision is very possibly going to be taken out of our hands by a mandate that could come as quickly as Thursday because of the rising numbers and the power that the Pennsylvania Department of Health or Pennsylvania Department of Education has to make a mandate to close. Am I right about that?
You are right that certain agencies have the authority to mandate, and that we were told that additional information is forthcoming prior to the end of this week. So we are going to see what that is and what form that information is coming from. But yes, the Department of Health does have the authority to make that decision, whether we want to do it or not.
Right, and I just want to highlight that for the community because we spend a ton of energy on this board and you in this administration trying to nuance all of the factors that come into play in deciding whether to open, when to open, and how to open. We have committees that have met earlier and that are now meeting again to consider all of the implications for student activities, health, education, families. And we continue to do that work knowing that any day the rug could be pulled out from under us. It's just an observation that is worth making. I also just think it's important to say that from the beginning of this crisis, we have taken a conservative approach, closing early, opening later, taking a position with respect to school sports that was more harsh than most other districts. And I'm proud of that. I think that the risks that we avoided were so great and the unknowns so great that having taken a conservative position on this to protect our students, our teachers, our families is a smart move, even if it wasn't always a popular move. So I just wanted to say all of that and to thank you for your leadership, and that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fishbein, for those comments. Ms. Lohman?
Thank you, Ms. Haywood. Thank you, Dr. Marseille, for that presentation and for the summary of all of that data, which is really sobering, I have to say. It really kind of brings it back home that this virus is not going away anytime soon, and that we're going to have to continue to grapple with these issues for quite some time moving forward. And I appreciate Mr. Fishbein's comments about the fact that we have taken a conservative approach, and I also agree that that was to the benefit of the community, even if it was not always a popular decision. Absolutely. Two questions. The first one is regarding staff. Do we have a sense at the moment of how many staff members might be unable to work in a hybrid model or take some other alternatives, or how many people we would need to sort of have, be all virtual staff, something along those lines?
Thank you. Good question. That conversation has come up. It continues to come up. Had a conversation with Jack Kelly, CEA president, today in anticipation of some of the things I was going to share. And previously, we are on the docket to meet. When Ms. Jackson, our HR director, sent communication to staff with respects to last week, with respects to the anticipated timeline, the anticipated return. In that communication, informally, we did share that not specific about January 4th, because we have to narrow that, but we said in anticipation for our for you returning back into your classrooms in a staggered approach, teaching from your classes without students, please let us know if there are any conditions that would prevent you from doing that, and you are to contact HR. There has been a, I don't know the exact number, quite significant number of individuals who are inquiring about options, what that looks like. So we need to, as quickly as possible, ascertain what options are available to staff with regards to leave. As you know, the Family First Act, Coronavirus Act, ends December 31st, to the extent in which that provides that level of leave. But there are other factors in which that would, some staff members could be able to exercise some leave. One of the variables that we talked about in the presentation was about availability of staff. So you can do all these things right. And you still have challenges with the staff members you have. Could you actually function under a hybrid model? And what we've learned from our colleagues who started with a hybrid model, or the intent of going to a hybrid model, that one of the mitigating factors for moving into online was the availability or the lack of availability of staff. So I don't have an exact date for you. I don't know. I do know that's something that we have to narrow down. The same time we're narrowing down families' options for what model they're going to return, because if we don't have that and we start putting schedules together, and obviously things happen and family dynamics shift, but we want to, as much certainty, confirm that this is what's going to happen, how it's going to happen, so that we don't get, after we've communicated with families, schedules are put into place, somehow we have, I'm just throwing out this number, 15 staff members who in late December decide to use whatever accommodations available to them, if any, to say, I'm not going to be returning. That would significantly pivot what we do and how we do it.
Thank you, Dr. Mercé. Yeah, I know there's a lot of variables to try to answer that question. I appreciate that. Second question relates to, forget one of the other board members that sort of alluded to this already, but or kind of the vulnerable populations of children that we actually currently have in the school buildings. Kind of where do things stand with regard to them continuing to be in the buildings if the numbers continue to kind of increase, or sort of how are we looking at making decisions with regard to them?
Very good question, because that came up as a lengthy topic of conversation in our superintendent's meeting with respects to this, one of the variables, which is linked and community transmission, right? So to what extent are you operating, though you have these outer fringes that are extremely high, and the ability that you are providing in-person instruction, and you are not seeing community and or student spread, plays a significant factor in considering whether or not you're going to continue that. However, there's that point where earlier to Mr. Fishbein's statement, that once you start moving into 7, 8, 9% threshold, some of those decisions will be made for you. Even though you may not have community spread, even though you may have a case here and there, but through appropriate, reliable contact tracing, you're finding that it is not something that is part of what you're doing or what's happening in your building. So you can continue to have those particular. So there was conversation, sorry, I accidentally pressed mute, about, and superintendents have asked for this data. What does the data look like for municipalities who have been a hybrid model and rates of transmission versus those who have been in an online platform and rates of transmission? Is it indeed really in the community or in schools, and does it really make a difference in terms of that? Because there's this polarity and this balancing of a significant amount of medical professionals believe that, hey, we can safely do this. We may have to take intermittent breaks because of the high numbers, but the social emotional impact of keeping students out longer than they need to, the idea about co-curricular, extracurricular activities are vital. If you just operated under smaller, tighter guidelines, you may be able to have benefit to children, while still mitigating the spread. So we are going to monitor that as it relates to what's happening in our building, and to determine whether or not we, based on the data, and if we start seeing this and it doesn't drop and start being consistent, that we're going to have to revisit that that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lohman. Good questions. Mr. Burdell Williams, I see your hands up as well.
Yep, I did jog my memory about one question that one comment and one question that I have for you. First, Dr. Marcia, thank you for the information, sharing that. I know that there's been a pretty consistent amount of information sharing via your newsletters, and this is Cheltenham newsletters to the community. But I do greatly appreciate sharing, our next steps, some of our next steps now. I agree with what some of my other board members are saying regarding the fact that our efforts to step back and go virtual and stay virtual for as long as we have, I think have not just benefited us from a health standpoint, but I'm actually very satisfied and also very optimistic about our virtual learning program, given the results of our survey. I think if we would have taken a similar survey in the spring, we may have found that in comparing to where we are now, we've come quite a long way, and I'm actually very proud of that as well. To see the students share commentary that they don't need any more difficult assignments, I think that says a lot about the rigor, which was one of my concerns early on. So again, thank you for the presentation, and kudos to what we've done to this point regarding our virtual learning platform. And now for my one question. This is regarding transportation. I know that in the most recent survey that was sent out, there is a question regarding transportation there. But my question is actually directed more toward the administrative side, which is, do we have an indication that the bus company that we contract with, Cheltenham Trans, will be able to provide us the service that we need, right? I know that there was a ongoing shortage of bus drivers, and I'm not sure if that's continuing, but I would expect that there may or may not be some discomfort with jumping back into a bus with X number of students and the risk that those drivers face themselves. So I just want to know if there's an indication from the administrative perspective from Cheltenham Trans as to whether or not they could support our needs if in fact 100% of our students decide to go back in the hybrid model.
Excellent question, and thank you for bringing that up, because Dr. Rubin spent some time talking about transmission and bus drivers, which prompted me to immediately contact Mr. Custer, our transportation supervisor, similar to what you're thinking, to say, what is our readiness and what is our transportation telling us in terms of that? Before I go into that, let me quickly say that the last survey we pushed out, where we wanted to get a pulse of what people were thinking, right? And we asked these 4 critical questions about, right now, would you consider transportation, right? How would you think about meals? Would you pack a lunch, or would you use food services? Would you use class if we're able to facilitate that? And which model would you move into, hybrid or virtual, with what you know now, just to get a pulse? And then the real survey is coming out where we need to confirm. 60% of our families who responded to that second survey said they're not really interested in using school transportation, which creates, for the principals we talked to this morning, a sense of they need to figure out what that means for them in terms of arrival. And what happens when there's fewer buses, but massive amount of vehicles on their property. 66% said that they're gonna bring their own meals. 85% of families said they would not exercise the use of CLASP if it was offered. They would not use it. And close to 50%, based on a pulse, indicate that they would rather remain virtual for the remainder of the school year. We'll see when the other data points come out when we ask to confirm. So it was really interesting just to get a pulse of that. And obviously people's positions change, and we'll find that out. So there has been conversation, and Dr. Rubin brought this up, with respects to bus drivers and transmission. And obviously we had shared with families, we cannot guarantee 6 feet on the bus. We just can't do that. The district does not have the ability to do that, but all the kids are going to be masking. Plus the reality of buses are encouraged to keep all their windows down, traveling through. And they, I believe, and I will double check with Dr. Rubin, that there was some concern about some preliminary numbers they were seeing with bus drivers and positivity rates. That prompted me to reach out to Mr. Custer and say, where are we? What is Cheltenham Transportation saying? Do we have currently our drivers? And as of 2 weeks ago, Mr. Custer was very confident after checking that we have the bus drivers that are needed. However, just to Ms. Lohman's point before, when we talked about this, that availability of staffing is not just our own staff. It does extend to any third-party contracts we may have, which also means transportation. So if we come into a situation where something happens with our bus drivers, that will unfortunately require parents to pivot. But 2 weeks ago, when that came up as the conversation, Mr. Custer informed me that we are in a very good place with the total number of drivers and the potential routes we will need, but won't be able to confirm that until we get a sense of confirmation from parents on who's going to be taking transportation. And hopefully those driver numbers don't shift between now and then.
Thank you very much.
Very good question.
No, not a problem. And thank you very much. Again, I know that it is a level of readiness in the virtual environment that we may be further away from thinking about than we anticipate, because right now the buses, I think, might be the last thing on our minds. Again, thinking about the new experience that our students have currently in the classroom. And so I appreciate the fact that the district is looking into this and has looked into it, and looking forward to the next steps, especially with the new survey results as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burdell Williams. Dr. Marseille, again, I echo my other colleagues' comments. I really appreciate the amount of information that you have shared with the board, the amount of information that you have shared with the community, and the amount of time that I know that you and your staff have spent in probably multiple webinars in a day, not only that, but in a week and over the ensuing several months. So appreciate that. This is incredibly complex, difficult, serious decisions to make as a board in a school district, and echo Mr. Fishbein's comments that while we may put the best plans in place, we also know that some of this may be out of our control. And what we can do is just be able to be flexible and be able to adjust to the moving information. Kind of with that in mind, I wanted to follow up on a question that Mr. Burdell Williams asked about transportation as it relates to Eastern students. So we know that Eastern opened up their school in a hybrid model. I think that was last week. And I'm not sure how many of our students returned to Eastern. But I guess it's similar to the question that Ms. Lohman asked about our students that are currently in the building, that whatever decision we're making about our students currently in the building, students going back to the hybrid model, will follow for Eastern students, or will we be following Eastern's decisions about their students? We're really about our students going to Eastern.
Yeah, good question. And obviously the consortium meets to talk about how do we balance districts' schedules with that of Eastern? And that our agreement was that if 60% of districts are moving in this direction, Eastern will follow suit. And we've held to that, and speaks to the virtual model that occurred. But now we're seeing that flip where students are returning. Currently, there are 83 students on our roster, plus or minus, I believe. And out of that number, 70 have committed to a in-person hybrid experience. The remainder have, I think 15%, if that's correct, around that. The remaining number decided that they were going to stay in a virtual platform. Dr. Planarski continues to sit on our superintendent's panel as the decisions that those district makes impacts Eastern and vice versa. So she was with us yesterday in conversation with the Department of Health and with PDE as well. So like the students in our building, that we will continue to monitor that and to see what impact that has on our decision. Back to the, are we seeing community and link transmission at Eastern, though we know numbers are going up? And what does that mean in terms of trying to keep students in that in-person model following those particular steps? And Eastern has done a phenomenal job under Dr. Planarski's leadership with putting together a really robust health and safety plan, and her staff, who have publicly commented that it's one of the best, and they absolutely feel really safe in the way in which they've created that social distancing and being able to provide that. But students are given the option of choosing whether they want to stay in a hybrid and or go virtual. And some have decided to stay in a virtual model.
Talking to myself. So there could be some variation in terms of outside of kind of the mandatory direction from the Montgomery County Department of Health or Department of Health in general. Eastern could have a different plan than our school district, potentially.
Potentially, yes, that could happen.
Okay.
Yes.
And then a second question. Given the variation of the information that we're going to get over time, and given the fact that that information will lag by at least a week, if not maybe 7 or 10 days, is there any direction from the Pennsylvania Department of Health with respect to a recommendation as it relates to analyzing the data? So, for example, having to make a decision to pivot from a hybrid model to a remote or virtual model based on data that may be stale, somewhat stale. Do they have any recommendations? Should we be looking at data over a 14-day period, 20-day period, outside of kind of the mandatory closure situations?
Yeah, it didn't come from PDE. It did come from Montgomery County Department of Health, and Michelle Masters spoke about this, and Dr. Rubin as well, that, as I said earlier, that when districts start getting above 5%, I'm not sure if there can be such a thing as additional meetings, but that's when there begins to be a much more intentional and robust conversation with what do those data points mean. And we are in collaboration with the Department of Health to figure out how long are we going to watch the data to determine the direction in which we're going to move, knowing that it does lag behind. And what are the current, because we're playing with the current model and then projections that are anticipating what the future will look like. And we try to bring those two together to try to paint a picture of what we're seeing. And it goes back to if you are in a hybrid model and you're finding success, that also plays a role in whether or not you still decide you want to pivot, because you're not seeing those particular transmissions in your building. For example, districts that have been open long before we will be open for a while, though they, one district who's been open for a while, who closed for 2 weeks a while back, has had no issues between now and then, and are not seeing that. So it's kind of, I hate to use the term, it's a wait and see and look at particular patterns in the data and give it time to stabilize, which is what now, because it spiked, we have increased conversations, which if it continues to spike, it may be taken out of our hands.
Thank you. And just a final comment. You know, we live in a very awesome community, and I know that we care deeply about our families, our children, and our neighbors. And while we have upcoming, you know, family-related holidays on the horizon, I'm confident that we'll all do the right thing in terms of masking and keeping social distancing, because ultimately we know that we would love to be able to return to the school buildings, and the only way that's going to effectively happen is if our numbers, at least in Cheltenham, are kept to a manageable level. So I just want to thank you again, Dr. Marseille, for all the information that you've shared. We'll have continued conversations on the 16th and potentially on the 23rd. So thank you very much. I want to now turn this back to you, Dr. Marseille, and I think Mr. Blackwell will do the presentation on winter sports.
Yeah, Mr. Blackwell is with us to give us an overview on what he has learned across Montgomery County, what PIAA is saying, what the Suburban One League is recommending. Obviously, I shared that we are going to come back again, knowing that there might be a lot of questions the board are going to have to ask, and we're going to be prepared to address those in detail on the 16th. So he is going to provide a high level presentation and drill down a little bit more on the 16th, but a lot of, like everything else, moving parts with regards to PIAA and sports and high risk sports and recommendations for that process. So with that, Mr. Blackwell, if you're still with us, I see you that I believe you've been given permission to share your screen. And I believe you're going to pull up the plan and highlight some key parts of that plan.
Yes, and this is the winter plan, looking at the winter plan based off of looking at what we discussed in regards to Suburban One League, PIAA in preparation.
Do you have we given you permission to take control of the screen so you can okay.
I believe I am sharing my screen.
Okay.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, good evening, everyone. Hope all is well. To the board, to the community, and to administration who are panelists, thank you for giving me a time to speak with you in regards to winter sports season, in regards to athletics. As we know, we are aware, as Dr. Marseille just presented, that our numbers are going up, and but in looking at preparation, we wanted to at least go over to present something. So when we are out of this, when our numbers decrease, that we will be ready and have a plan to move forward. The PIAA, in their last meeting, they approved for winter sports to start on time, which is November 20th, 2020. That is the official start date. Today, I was in a two and a half hour meeting with the Suburban One League, and the plan, the recommendation, the plan is to move forward with starting on time in correlation with the PIAA start time, which is November 20th, with tentatively looking at starting the season's opening games on December 11th. But with that being said, our top priority is always to safely return our coaches, staff, and students to play during this COVID-19 pandemic. Now, just to bring people up to speed, within what I'm going to go through and looking at is additions to the return to play plan that was approved for fall sports. So we are not reinventing the wheel on this plan. I just wanted to make that clear. Going down, as you see, we still have the COVID-19 guidelines and procedures. I actually added in the plan looking at some imagery so folks can understand this is from the CDC guidelines. So the reader, when they're looking at it, they're just not getting caught and dizzy and looking at words. We look at what to do if you're sick. These are all still the same. Now getting down to return to play. The MCIU, they actually shared updated guidance with us when we look down, breaking down if you're excluded from the return, how to practice, how you will return. So of course, looking at number one, I will go through this because this is added information. COVID-19 symptoms, exclude from practice, no. Looking at COVID symptoms, this is new. If you have 2 of the following symptoms, fever, chills, fatigue, myalgia, which is muscle aches, headache, sore throat, congestion, nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea, or one of the following symptoms, cough, shortness of breath, difficulty of breathing, or new loss of taste or smell. Yes, you want to exclude from practice or competition. Individuals should be tested for COVID-19. If the test is negative or doctor's note with different diagnosis, return to workouts 1 day after no fever and improve respiratory. If test is positive, return to practice after 1 day with no fever and improvement in symptoms and 10 days since symptoms first appeared. Positive COVID-19 test with symptoms, yes, you want to exclude and return to practice 1 day with no fever and improvement in symptoms and 10 days since symptoms first appeared. Positive COVID-19 test without symptoms, yes, you want to exclude 10 days after test was collected. This is when you return to practice. If symptoms develop during 10 days, follow return to practice guidances from scenario 3. Number 5, close contact with symptoms within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more. This is new. It's been a lot of confusion around that. Before it was about 10 minutes, but new guidance came out to say 6 feet for 15 minutes or more. Household contact, close contact should be tested regardless of symptoms. However, a negative test does not end quarantine early. That's very important. So yes, we want to exclude those people. Individuals should be tested for COVID-19, may return to practice 1 day with no fever and improvement in symptoms, 10 days since symptoms first appeared. Number 6, close contact of COVID-19 without symptoms. Yes, you want to exclude when to return 14 days after the date of last exposure to the person with COVID-19. Household contacts are in quarantine until 14 days after household positive is released from isolation. A negative test does not allow an individual to end their quarantine period early. If symptoms develop during 14 days, follow return of workout guidance for scenario 5. And last but not least, number 7, and this was new added to it as well, with travel into states with high COVID-19 rates. This is continuously changing and updated, and we are keeping up with that. It's on our monitoring form. With symptoms, if symptoms develop during the recommended 14-day quarantine upon return to Pennsylvania, follow return to workout should be practice guidance for COVID-19 symptoms. Without symptoms, you return self-quarantine for 14 days when they return to Pennsylvania. A negative test does not allow an individual to end their quarantine period early. In noting, we want to make sure coaches or student athletes must not return to practice until they are cleared by a healthcare professional and have met all CDC guidelines to discontinue home isolation. Moving right into athletics, winter sports practices will be open to any CHS student, grades 9 through 12, of course. As I mentioned before, and opening up the PIAA winter season, official practice start date is November 20th. We will look to have practices Monday through Friday between 3 and 6 p.m. As the season progresses, Saturday practice may be explored. All practices must take place on CHS campus with a coach and an athletic trainer present to conduct pre-practice screenings. The priority, of course, is for a safe return, taking the necessary precautions. And bocce will be mentioned in this. It's a winter sport that we offer through the Special Olympics. When this begins is to be determined. And CBK, 7th to 8th graders will follow this plan as well, but they will tailor it towards their actual facility. So there's nothing that was added different for guidance to coaches. One thing that was changed and looking at, I actually made it look in the port of a definition, kind of a glossary to what our readers would be looking at so that they actually understand what's being asked or what's being mentioned to them to make it a lot more reader friendly. But face coverings, there is a difference from the outdoor sports to winter. Student athletes must wear a face covering CHS property. That was the same before and after practice. Students will be required to wear a face covering during competitive drills, conditioning in practice, and competition. With these numbers going up, we do not want to take a chance with spreading through droplets. And we know when we compete, the droplets are definitely coming out, and we definitely want to mitigate the spread through that. After doing some research, I did not find anything that supported that it's unhealthy for students to wear a face covering while competing or the drop of oxygen levels. So I did not find anything that supported that. And there are actually sport masks out that are breathable sport masks. I actually have one myself that I use when I work out, and I must say it works. Moving right along, going down the pre-practice procedures, we still have the COVID-19 monitoring form. This is just a sample. Of course, every winter sport will have its own monitoring form and QR code when they scan in. Now, this is something that's added, looking at where we are, screening procedures during a virtual learning when arriving to campus. Everyone will enter through the same entrance. As we know, Cheltenham High School, as well as CBK, but Cheltenham High School has a lot of doors, a lot of different entrances. We want to lock down on the entrance being door B05, which is the South Gymnasium corridor entrance. That's the same as games, where we enter for games. So this is where all coaches, all students will get dropped off. They will come up and the door will be open. We will be there to meet them, to go through the screening and check-in. And this is a sample of what it will look like. As you can see, everything, the cones are properly socially distanced. Of course, we will have 2 tables there. The students would check in, and then they will go right to where they would need to go for practice. Coaches will go through the same process as well. Now, when we're in a hybrid model, when we are in school, we will have folks enter through the building who are in school through the Southeast Gymnasium corridor. That's coming in towards where the concession stand entrance is, where we will meet the student athletes and they will come through. We're looking at how will we identify student athletes. We're looking at coming up with some kind of maybe wristband, silicone student athlete wristband, so that we know who the student athletes are. But as we continue to go through, we know each other, we know faces to make that happen. Coaches who are out of district employees, they will follow the same model from the virtual. They will come through the B05 entrance, where we come through for games to get checked in. They will not scan in and just come through a back way without being monitored or screened. There's a face mask again. I talked about that earlier, but looking at the safety measures, face coverings are required for coaches and must be worn for indoor and outdoor practices. Student athletes must wear face coverings on CHS property before and immediately after practices and during physical activities. So this is a picture. As I was going through this, I definitely reached out to our trainer from Arch Rehab, Max, and we went through this thing together when I put it through just to get his expertise. And one thing that he said, we must put in here that face coverings must cover nose, mouth, and chin. So the first picture is how it should actually look when it's on the ear. It's covering everything. This is one of my best things right here. I send it to my friends all the time, how not to wear a mask. As you can see, the escape hatch, the earring, the sniffer, the stash, the nose plug, and what's that? The neck beard. I know we've all seen people wearing their masks like this when we have been out or anything like that. So this is the importance of having pictures on here so it brings it to light for our student athletes and families. I also added looking at the breathable sport face masks. These are ones that are available. You can either go on Amazon, you can go to Dick's, Under Armour has one, Adidas has one, Puma and Reebok has one. Like I said before, the one that I have, they're between $15 to $30, and they're quite comfortable. And just looking at this, we would want, I mean, and this is something that we would, decide looking as a district, but looking at the most effective face mask to wear is the mask that covers your ears, not the gaiter that you pull up, because that could come down, or when you're competing, sometimes if people are reaching out, it could be used as a choking mechanism. So that could be a health and safety hazard. Going down to facilities, looking at what we would be used, broke it down by sport: boys and girls basketball, gymnasium, boys and girls indoor track and field. On nice days, they will utilize the outdoor track. On indoor days, they will utilize the corridor 220 wing and 260 wing. Boys and girls swimming will, of course, be the swimming pool area, sideline cheer, gymnasium, small gym, or maybe even the cafeteria, but sticking to them using the gymnasium and small gym. Wrestling room would use the wrestling room and a hallway for conditioning. Unified bocce would be the cafeteria, and weight room would be scheduled times only, not to exceed 10 people. This is including coaches in that, and teams will work in cohorts. So looking at these pictures and breaking it down by sections, gym section 1, gym section 2, we will leave that open, but the cones would separate it, and there is a divider in the middle right here. So coaches, when they put together plans, of course, they would know how to put together plans where their student athletes will social distance through drills. Students who are waiting, they will social distance on a baseline waiting. And we will divide it in 1/4 of a section right there. But of course, doors will stay open to get that constant airflow through. Picture of the swimming pool, the wrestling room, and there are windows that open in the wrestling room. We have the corridor for the track hallway, small gymnasium, the weight room, windows open, and the shutter can open as well. But we'd rather open the windows because it gets kind of cold through the winter time. And this is just a picture of the hallway and looking at traffic, right? So student athletes aren't bumping into one another. As you can see right here, how we put the tape there to show this is going down and the other side is coming up. So we want to be intentional of how we're making sure that we have a constant flow of traffic moving in one direction. Breaking it down, clarification by winter sport: high risk, we have wrestling, sideline cheer, but that's with stunts. Unified bocce, which is Special Olympics, and looking at that, that's based off the population of students who we serve within our life skills students. They take part in unified bocce, so that's why that's listed as a high risk sport. moderate risk, basketball, pole vault, high jump, long jump, swimming, relays. Low risk would be diving, individual running, throwing events, and individual swimming, and sideline cheer without stunts. These are the sports that we offer. I'm not going to go through those, but just looking at what we offer throughout the winter. Looking at practice guidelines, definitely wanted to get this on here as an addition. So in looking at understanding, we received guidance from the PIAA, which is no knock to the PIAA, but it didn't provide much guidance. It's stuff that we already knew, but basically it's leaving it up to each individual school and district administration. So just kind of going through this just real briefly, looking at basketball, we want to make sure that we wipe down the equipment before and after drills with practices, make sure that we have enough basketballs, put clean balls on the rack once they are wiped down in between drills and doing those things. Of course, face coverings, we made that clear that it needs to be worn throughout the entire practice. Social distancing, coaches will continue to enforce that by 6 feet. And hygiene and looking at this, although we have a mask on, sometimes you never know if players put their hands or fingers in their mouths, spit on their hands, practice must be stopped, and that player must go wash their hands, sanitize their hands. And looking at, there's that terminology of avoiding face touching. Sometimes you tell somebody not to do something, they just accidentally may just put their hand on their face. Swimming pool, looking at equipment, swimmers and divers should use their own training equipment during practices. They must share swimsuits. They must not wear swimsuits, towels, or equipment during practice. With face coverings, if they are not in the water, swimmers must have on a face covering. When they are in the water or diving, as soon as they get up to that deck, they can take their face mask off. Looking at indoor track, if batons are being used, we doubt they will be, but putting it in a plan, they will be wiped down if used. Of course, they will wear their face mask. Social distances is the same. Wrestling, the high risk sport on here. Coaches must sanitize mats before and after each drill. That requires wrestling to hit mat during practice. Disinfectant wipes, wrestlers can provide their own wipes that they have. It must be 60% alcohol. Mouth guards, they must refrain from removing them. If they do, practice must be stopped and everything wiped down and wiped off. Wrestler wash their hands. No equipment should be shared. Equipment should be washed after every knee pads, leotards, everything that they use should definitely be washed after each practice. Face covering should be worn. We want to look at how we keep wrestlers in pods, in small pods, and looking at when they are practicing and going through drills. And of course, they should avoid touching their face, prohibit from snotting their nose or clearing their throat or coughing, like when they lift their mask up. And if they put their fingers in their mouth or spit or anything like that, then practice should be stopped. Social distancing should always be enforced, will always be enforced, not should. With sideline cheer, if mats are used, they should be sanitized. Coaches must, cheerleaders must use their own equipment. No equipment should be shared. That's included palms, megaphones, and signs. Face coverings should be worn. And social distancing, just like all of them will look to take place. If they are doing stunts, which we are looking to get away from, especially during this time, cheerleaders must use the proper distance, and they should only stunt in groups, in specific groups that they will always be in. Unified bocce, this is something from their Special Olympics return to activities. We are in between a phase 0 and a phase 1 because we're not actually on shutdown, but where our numbers are going, we're definitely going in some kind of isolation mode, and we will know that very soon based on some of the information that was shared. So getting down to returning to play, based on board approval of whenever it is, this is the part where coaches will be trained and staff The same thing that we did within the fall, coaches and families getting certified, taking that free COVID-19 class through the NFHS. And this is where we can begin to collect interest forms. So we created a athletic interest form that coaches that we would get to coaches to look at how, when we look to have tryouts, to invite folks in A and B cohorts to have times so that everyone's not there all at once. So folks would just go, they would enter their name, they of course their email, their phone number, and then from there it goes to the next page and they say, what sport are you interested in? They would pick one, and then once you get that, we would get it to the coaches so that they can begin to have that communication with those student athletes and families of what they would need to do in preparation for tryouts. Phase 2, this is the tryout practice begin phase, looking at November 20th to the 25th. Of course, that would be practices that at least a week of practice that would take place before we got into Thanksgiving area. And is the biggest concern of a lot of folks when students go home and they get that break, what they are going to be doing. With the PIAA, you must have 3 weeks of practice before you compete. So in looking at this time frame and looking at this is how you can at least get a week in. If we had to shut down, then that's okay, because at least we have a week in. And if we start a little later, we got to delay a season by a week, then we could catch back up on how we would need to. Of course, with the percentage of numbers allowing us to do so. So looking at this, on October 26th, Governor Wolf would allow 20% of occupancy. So that lifted it from the 25 per indoors. But when you're looking at having games or anything like that with Montgomery County, you have to fill out an actual form to get approved throughout the dates and the seasons that you would need to do so. So in looking at this outdoors, of course, we've done things outdoors. So looking at the number limitation, there wouldn't be any with that because you can social distance. But with winter sports, our numbers are relatively lower than the fall sports. So of course, we still would not have spectators at events. Coming down to indoors, no practice will exceed 30 people per session. So basketball, looking at how the sections were broken down, there wouldn't be more than 30 people in a section. That includes coaches for indoor track and field, 20, sideline cheer, 25, swimming and diving, 25, wrestling, 10, and weight room, 10 people. And of course, coaches will create A and B groups for tryouts and practices, like I said before, so that we don't have too many folks until teams are made and picked by the coaches. And this is one of those years where coaches will have to look at how we can decrease numbers, especially at the varsity level, where we don't have as many student athletes as we have had before. And that is something from guidances that were put out and saying that schools may look to do that, particularly for this year and following that. Looking at return to play, the third phase team practices November 24th, or that's 25th to the end of the season. Looking at high risk sports, I want to get that in there. Looking at when competition would start, Dr. Marseille and I, along with Dr. Smith, talked and just kind of looking at when to follow some guidance more and looking at when we can begin competition. Even with Dr. Rubin doing his presentations, I actually had a chance to sit in on one. People are still a little skeptical about wrestling, how that will look. So if anything, we could offer our students an opportunity to do conditioning, to do drills, but when we will compete, that's something that, looking at to feel more comfortable in regards to more guidance coming out. Training room, that occupancy will be 4. That will be by appointment only. And masks must be worn at all times. And the training room, of course, will be clean and sanitized while in use and at conclusion of each day. Transportation during virtual learning, no transportation will be provided by CSD for practices or workouts. Modifications can be put into place. So this is a living document. Looking at social distancing during contests, we did a mock-up of setting up the gym, just to let you know how this would look as far as how it would be social distance. Looking at how the NBA showed us how to do it with creating a bubble and setting up chairs 6 feet from each other during timeouts. We can pull those bleachers out just a little bit so student athletes can social distance. It's only 5 players on the court at one time. Folks who are huddled around, they can definitely social distance and spread out. But this is something definitely that we will be intentional about, and looking at how we set up for games for wrestling, basketball. Now, looking at this, these bleachers will not, on this side where players are, this will not be used for spectators. I want to make that perfectly clear. This will not be used for spectators. Looking at who would be allowed in events, the essential is tier 1, student athletes, coaches, officials, event staff, medical staff, security. Tier 2, media. Tier 3, which is non-essential, spectators and vendors. So this is a mock-up of looking at when pulling the bleachers out. Of course, there's another side that look like this side right here. So when you look at, you will have, when you properly, the cones would be people. And if you look at how when you properly set it up, how people, folks will be socially distanced. This is if we have fans right now. And this is at the bottom of the where we are right now. So community, please don't get mad at me. But the first thing is us being able to get approved to have our student athletes participate. But this is what it would look like. There's 41 cones set up right here, and there are 23 cones set up here. And on the other side, that would be 23 cones set up there. So it gives you that it will be a small group of spectators if we look to go that route. Looking at the possibility, the one thing with the Suburban 1 League we talked about today, it would be up to each particular school district in the fall, and looking at it moving into the winter, looking at folks having home fans only. So with that, folks, visitor fans not being able to come, some school districts offer a live stream experience. So there is a company that I've been in contact with who can live stream. We have had games live stream from this gymnasium as well. We're going to look into see what we can do within the swimming pool area as well. So that, I mean, that isn't a guarantee, but these are things that we're looking at to be proactive in the case that we don't have fans with where these numbers are going if we get approved. Going down, looking at it, overnight out of state tournaments. I would just say it right now. If I'm asked that question, if somebody's thinking of that, jotting it down, I am not for tournaments right now. Putting our student athletes out there. There are play-by-plays. Definitely not looking for that, and definitely not looking to host any kind of holiday or opening season tournaments right now where we are. I just wanted to put that out there. For contact, these are our coaches. And the last thing that I will go through, this isn't from us. PIAA added a section 10 to the physical form. So the PIAA is having every student athlete and family go through and read a statement in regards to COVID-19, and it must be signed and signature as a part of the physical form. So this has nothing to do with the Cheltenham School District. This is what the PIAA added to its physical form and revised on October 7th, 2020. I yield my time right now. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. That was a very comprehensive presentation, and thank you for pointing out the updates from the last safety report that we received and reviewed. Now I'm going to turn it over and ask if there are any board comments or questions. I see Mr. Burdell Williams and then Mr. Cohen.
Yep, thank you, Mrs. Haywood. Mr. Backlund, thank you for the presentation. Again, I'm on the reopening committee, one of the members of the reopening committee, who's focused on extracurriculars. So I was anticipating this and appreciate how thorough this is. One question that I have, first, I recognize the work that has gone into this, and it's amazing. I know that we did have some moments in the summer going into the fall where we were quite unsure about our direction, but I feel a lot more confident now that we are focused on what we are expecting, and it seems that we have some flexibility built in there as well. So that's good to see. My one question is going to sound like it's from a good documentation practices presentation that I might do in my actual work world, but how are we expecting to, or are we planning to document the sanitization or cleaning of the facilities or of the sports equipment? Or is there a plan around that? I didn't see anything that came up or popped up here.
I'll go up to, I'm sorry, I kind of jotted through it and looking at where we are when it comes around facility cleaning. I mean, and that's something that I will continue to work with Mr. Teasdale and Mr. Chinsa with. Also, our athletic trainer would definitely be handy and around at every practice, and he has been very good with making sure that we have are following everything that we need to in regards to sanitizing, wiping down equipment, and doing those things. I'm trying to find it, Mr. Burdell Williams.
And if while you're trying to look for it, I want to clarify or better understand.
Oh, Mr. Right here. Yep. There we go.
Okay.
Well, go ahead, Dr. Marcel.
No, I thought I wanted to check to see if Mr. Burdell was talking about a particular checklist or a spreadsheet that would people would check off to say this was cleaned at this time or this was wiped out at this time. I don't know if that was the direction he was headed, but I'll let you finish.
Was okay. So, and looking at that, not per se when we're in the moment and looking at what needs to be done, as far as making sure everything is wiped down. That's why we've ordered extra ball racks. We're going to put signs on things with balls, what stuff is clean, what stuff needs to be washed. Looking at how we can, looking at where practices would end, looking at ending at 6 o'clock. So that gives our cleaning staff time to do what they need to do as far as getting a good clean in for at least give them that 2-hour period of time to make sure they're doing everything that they need to do. I do know when it's areas that they hit, they have those kind of forms that they sign, and that's something that we could possibly use. But in looking at if someone's using a weight room after each rep, after each whatever, the equipment is wiped down, the bench is wiped down, and following the guidance after each drills and looking at that, those things will be wiped down immediately. So we get formula from cleaning formula from our facilities department, and it's worked out. So as far as looking at when we are in the moment of doing everything, no, we won't have a sheet and just kind of dock it down like that, but we will do what we need to do as far as following guidance. When areas are clean that night by our facilities department, I could definitely be in contact with Mr. Teasdale and Mr. Chinsa to see if we can get those papers outside to say this was clean, this was checked off, if that answers your question.
It does, and that was very much so, Dr. Marcel. You also paraphrased very well what I was alluding to. So my experiences over the summer with Cheltenham Little League was with a similar size of what I would expect in any of our indoor sports, anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20 athletes at any given time, and multiple baseballs flying around. And so the question was, yes, specifically about if we leave a specific piece of equipment, how do we know that it was cleaned? And so that was really where the documentation piece kind of came up for me. And maybe a possible solution would be to, clean it before and clean it after. And that would kind of eliminate thinking about the weight room, right? That will kind of eliminate the need to track that. But thinking of our sports practices where we're utilizing equipment, if that equipment is left for some amount of time, and maybe gets in the hands of, the different group, I just want some awareness that it had been sanitized. Again, I recognize how stringent our rules are and how closely we followed them throughout the fall and summer practices. And I just wanted to just be, slightly more intentional about our actions there.
Yes, nah, for sure. I mean, and we did all those things throughout the fall, Mr. Burdell Williams. We definitely plan on doing the same things with that. And just kind of looking at it, I was at every workout, every practice, my assistant and I. So, and looking at wiping down and looking at cleaning equipment, I was there to witness that coaches wiped it down. But even before we were going, I went down and my assistant went down and we personally wiped down every bit of equipment again, just to make sure that we know that everything was where it needed to be. So we were definitely on top of that. So before and after, as it stated, that's what we are going to look to do, and we'll need to do to continue to do that as a continued practice.
Okay, great. Yeah, just and I appreciate the extra efforts that we're putting forth to make this happen. Right, the community does as well. Even what you shared regarding your time spent ensuring that our facilities are not just our facilities, but that the equipment is cleaned. My recommendation or advice is to do our best to proceduralize or institutionalize that process, so that anybody who shows up in front of a basketball is aware with a high amount of certainty that it was sanitized and cleaned, or that the ability to do so is right at their fingertips. So if we're thinking through it that way, I'm good. I just want to ensure that that's where our thought process is, specifically because we are in a closed environment and we have a significant level of control regarding who touches the equipment and how and when, and the same goes for cleaning and sanitizing.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burdell Williams. I have Mr. Cohen.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Blackwell, thank you for the presentation and the hard work. I can't imagine what went into this. You did address a lot of my concerns in the presentation and the document. A few questions. The first one relates to athletics, but also is a little bit broader. So we might want to hand it over to Dr. Marseille or get his feedback as well. I believe the language is along the lines of, and I realize that we can't force students or athletes to be tested, but what happens in a case with athletics, and I'll see if Dr. Marseille wants to answer in the broader non-athletic context, if a student is exhibiting COVID-like symptoms and for whatever reason refuses to get a COVID test, what happens in that situation around athletics?
If I may, thank you. With that refusal would come denial of participation.
Okay. And maybe we can address later in another meeting or outside this context what happens in the general population of students. I realize that athletics is not a right. So I think I agree that maybe that's where we have that ability, but I don't want to answer now to elongate the meeting, but I'm curious offline or later on what happens in a non-athletic setting. My two other questions are in a different area, but they're related to each other. What happens if there is another team for games, whether it's on our campus or our facilities or we're traveling elsewhere, and the other team, and I won't go into examples in the interest of time, the other team and or their fans or other people are exhibiting really bad practices that go beyond a one-off? What happens in that situation? We thought about that. And the second related to that is, are there procedures or protocols or at least a general game plan, pun intended, if another school or we find out that one of our athletes or their athletes does test positive, is there a game plan or a structure to share that information? So those are my two questions about about athletics involving games and games with other schools?
Mr. Cohen, thank you for that question. Those things actually came up and were discussed within our Suburban One League meetings. One thing that the Suburban One is looking to do is definitely look at how we shrink who we play, and looking at having it a lot of contests between Suburban One League only schools. Today, it was motioned and recommended and will pass that each school athletic director, trainer, or a designee coach will certify that their students, before they leave, are ready to play. They aren't experiencing any symptoms or anything like that. The ADs will then get those forms. They will send it over to the other school, vision school or home school, to make sure that those things are definitely in place. So that's something that will be mandated with the Suburban One League, so that we know and make sure that everyone is certified and ready to play. That is getting on that bus to come and visit someone's school to participate and play, to compete.
Great. And my other question briefly again is, what happens if there's an experience either on our campus or another school district's buildings where just it's more than a one-off, but let's say that hypothetically there's like 50 people in the stands and they're not social distancing, or that another team is routinely like putting their fingers in their mouths during a basketball game. What have we thought about what happens in those types of situations?
Simple. I mean, they can be asked to leave. If someone's taking their masks down or not following the guidelines or what it is that we are doing, that we are asking them to do, then they will be simply asked to leave our facility.
If I may add, I think that, and Mr. Blackwell, you can correct me, that there are particular PIAA guidelines in terms of sportsmanship or decorum and following procedures that should be or double down with respects to those handful of spectators who are allowed to come in. And that is a determination to be made if you're going to allow that at all. Some people don't allow it at all. Some people allow one family member or only two. That like in any sporting event, that behavior unbecoming that jeopardizes the health and safety of students and or student athletes or those watching could result in your removal and or, I don't know if this gets too far, Mr. Blackwell, that the other team could possibly face a forfeit. I don't know what are extremes, but I know we've had situations years ago where we put things into place that if we see these particular behaviors, our coaches are going to act A, B, C, or D if we are away. And I'm sure that it may be the same at home as well. So we probably, if we're not, be more clear about those who are coming into our facility, what we expect and the unintended consequences that would result if visiting athletes and or fans are not abiding by the health and safety guidelines.
Right. So
thank you very much.
Right. So and if we do allow fans to happen to something to take place, I will look to put together a document, of course, share it with Dr. Marseille and Dr. Smith. And so it can be shared with the board to be approved, that we will be able to get out and put on our website and get out to families if we do decide that we will allow spectators at games, so they will understand what we're asking when they come to our facility, especially home fans, with that. Now, we may get some hardcore away folks, and this happened in the fall where some people tried to dress in other school colors and sneak in to be home fans at games. I mean, we will get that, but I mean, we will be on top of our game to stop them at the door and make sure that they will be escorted out and leave. But to answer your question, folks who are not abiding by what we're asking them to do, they will be warned once, and then after that, they will be asked to leave.
Great. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blackwell. I don't see any other board members' hands raised.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me stop sharing.
Ms. Loman's hand is raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Loman.
Thank you, Ms. Haywood. And thank you, Mr. Blackwell, first of all, for that incredibly detailed plan. Very, very impressive amount of work there. The thing I think I'm struggling with, and I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question without it sounding like so obvious that maybe Dr. Marseille knows what I'm going to say. I think he might, is help me kind of understand how winter sports differ from fall sports. In that, you know, we had our fall sports were outside, right? And I know that, you know, we prefer to have in this COVID world as many things outside as we can. And now we have these winter sports that are indoors. And I'm trying to figure out sort of how, you know, and I particularly appreciate the requirement that masks would need to be worn at all times. That's certainly a huge, huge important step. But how we're thinking that winter sports might be carried out more safely or, you know, than what our concerns are with fall sports.
Are you asking how we could carry it out safely, or I'm trying to understand?
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure what I'm asking, except to just sort of say it directly, which is like, what's the difference between, you know, wrestling and football, or basketball and football, or basketball and tennis? I mean, how are we, you know, kind of thinking about these winter sports vis-a-vis the fall sports, which we, you know, allowed for practice, but not for interscholastic competition? What do we think is being done differently? Or
I think I see what you're asking.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out.
And please, this is what I'm hearing is that in the fall, we didn't move forward with athletics and looking at that, and there were certain sports that possibly could have been played based off the risks. Now we look at, we're moving indoor to winter, where indoor is possibly more of a risk, although we're wearing masks. How do we look to move forward with that?
Yes, that's exactly. Yes.
So in looking at that, Ms. Loman, just looking at one thing that the fall did, it allowed us to observe, watch, and be able to prepare for this moment. And looking at, I was able to see what worked for other schools, what didn't, and how we can look to move forward as far as transitioning from having outdoor workouts to moving into indoor and having practices, right? So the only thing that we didn't per se do was compete, but within our practices, looking at every week, we revved it up just a little bit to where we were able to have little inter squad scrimmages to where our students, athletes, were able to understand and be able to get used to the structure of participating in a COVID-19 pandemic. So now looking at fast forward, moving indoors, when you look at, you have more guidance, you have more guidelines, you have more knowledge. We're getting more information that helps us be able to put things into place. Before, it was too many unknowns from the experts that we were relying on. So now having that guidance, knowing that we can actually put masks on that are certified and be able to social distance, being able to understand that the numbers for winter sports are actually, I'm talking about participants now, are actually lower, that we can look to see how we can make this thing happen and look into it. Because how I see it, the one catch-22 with winter sports from the fall, Ms. Loman, is this. We as a Cheltenham School District, if we're looking to provide this, we're gonna do it the safest way that we can do, following all structure, following all guidelines from the CDC, the PDE, the local health officials and everything. Now, if we don't provide this, right, and this is how I'm looking at it, our students can go out and they can participate in AAU, which is heavy, which is where they'll go. It's less structure, it's less guidance, it's all those things. And the one thing that we talk about was first and foremost is that we want to open our schools and that we want to make sure that we get back in. So now we have those students who are participating in a less structured environment. They're going to come into our schools, right? So now when we look at what we can provide is a structured environment, knowing what we have. And the one thing that I learned throughout this entire time is that the structure that we were able to provide our student athletes, they got used to the structure that we were giving because it was something that they wanted to do and something that they wanted to participate in. So in looking at that, we are a lot more prepared as far as learning from the guidance that we have, what's actually set forth. And then as far as looking at that, I believe that we will be able to provide the safest structured environment that we can based off of the guidance that was put out and all of the guidance that Dr. Rubin has recently put out and reading from CHOP. Everything that we have that's in the plan, that is what they are asking us to do. And I'm happy, I'm smiling because these are things that we've already been doing. So it's just as far as looking at how we carry this plan out and see how we can make it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. That's actually the answer that I was really looking for. That's very helpful to sort of think about to help me think about how the two different seasons, are in fact different and how we can view them differently, this time around. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Blackwell. And I know I asked Mr. Blackwell if he would provide his presentation to the entire board, which he'll share his presentation with the board. It's so we have the updated safety plan for winter sports as well. Next on the agenda is public comments on agenda items only. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's let's see, what time is it now? It's 7:42. We'll take
9:42.
Excuse me. Oh yeah. Yeah. It is 9:42.
Would that it be 7:42?
And so if you have a comment, please submit it to CSD board meeting comments at cheltenham.org. Include your name and where in the school district you live. And after that 10-minute break, we will read those comments publicly and answer as many of those as we can. Those comments can include, these are on agenda items only, can include any questions you might have about the presentation of Dr. Marseille on the reopening plans and discussion, as well as Mr. Suni's presentation on winter sports. So thank you. It's now 9:43. We will reconvene at 9:53. So thank you. And thank you for your comments in advance. We have about 1 more minute before we all reconvene the meeting. Okay, I have it's 9:53, so we're going to reconvene the meeting now. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Roos to read any questions that we received during that 10-minute break.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. First is from Sharon Marzocco, Glenside. She has several questions. Do we know the school bus company policy for when employees get sick? Do they get paid time off if they have symptoms or positive tests? Are they expected to stay home without pay? Since the school district participated in the flu shot program, has there been any commitment concerning distributing the COVID vaccine here? There is a special ed cohort in person now. What is the threshold for them staying at school? Sports spectators trying to sneak into games just points to the fact that people will not follow these very strict guidelines that keep all students safe. Thank you. Next is Christine Alvarez, Glenside. Thank you for your leadership in keeping students safe and managing during this period of great uncertainty. I'm resurrecting my question about supports needed for some of our youngest students, whether or not the district transitions to in-person hybrid in January. Though my daughter's experiences are as positive as they possibly can be in this virtual model, I continue to see through the virtual window that not all of our youngest students are included in the academic experience, which is far beyond the control of teachers. I have the privilege to work at home and I'm able to support my 7-year-old child navigate through the virtual school day. But for some first and second graders, for example, navigating core yet important activities virtually, such as baseline assessments in literacy and math, is not possible for all families for a variety of reasons. For some young children, there is limited supervision because parents need to work out of the house. I continue to see growing efforts by neighboring school districts and organizations such as Black Education Matters and others pushing for educational equity and student supports in this virtual school world. Are there any plans by CSD to pursue educational supports for families who need them the most, such as equity learning pods and/or other student supports? If not, can you share the barriers? If yes, can you share what does that look like and what is the timeline? I appreciated hearing at last meeting that Monco funding is available to working families to defray the cost of childcare. While that is useful, it does not address the limited supply of childcare options available to working parents in this environment. Last is, my name is Ella Homa. I'm a 10th grader at Cheltenham High School, live in Melrose Park. I have a few questions for the board members. If there is a confirmed case at school, what precautions do you plan to take? Will you screen students and staff for symptoms regularly? If so, how will you do so and how frequently? Will PPE be, what PPP will be required for students and staff, and will any be provided? And that's all of the comments and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roos. Dr. Marseille, did you want to tackle any of those questions, or will we be posting those on our website with any related FAQs?
I believe I can tackle them, and I'll ask Mr. Roos if he can repeat some for me. I'll start with the last question.
Great.
From one of our students with regards to confirmed cases. The district does have a health and safety plan that is on our website that provides direction with respects to what do we do in the event of a positive case or a suspected case. So there are a number of steps that we follow in the event that a staff member and or a student is either A, having symptoms that are related to COVID and or has been tested positive for COVID-19. We will, in our transition, provide professional development opportunities again, not only for our staff, but also for our families and also for our students' anticipated return, so they have a better understanding of that process. With regards to screening, the board on the agenda tonight is a platform, a very robust platform that includes a health and safety monitoring tool that parents and students are going to be required to answer prior to arriving to school, with a number of questions that would determine whether or not they meet the guidelines to coming to school, which will give you an instant verification, and or communication will be sent out to families saying you have yet to fill this out and you need to do that prior to coming to school. With regards to PPE equipment, we will be providing, not all the time, but we do have masks for our students. We have masks for our staff. There's also face shields as well, even though face shields do not replace a mask. So you just can't put your face shield on and not think that you can put a mask on as well. So we will have those available, but we will ask students to bring their own. We cannot supply students with a year or a half a year supply of a face mask. We did order a significant amount. We anticipate that, like adults and just like students or young children or adolescents or teenagers, that we are probably going to go through a lot of face masks that get dropped, that are dirty, that are lost, and we're prepared for that, and see where we are and have enough available in predetermined areas in the event that those incidences occur. With regards to the other question, with regards to what efforts the district is doing to support families, this is not the first time a community member has shared that, and we appreciate that. We want to know if there are families that individuals believe they have firsthand evidence that they are struggling, because one of our priorities, and the principals are on top of this, along with their counselors, is reach out, is to follow through with families, is to check in periodically to determine what families are going to need. We absolutely know that COVID-19 has just exposed inequities that we know already existed. And I've shared this with respects to the ability of families to facilitate instructional delivery, some who are able to do that much better than others, to the extent in which individuals are attempting to find an appropriate adult for their child to navigate through lessons, especially at that first and second grade. We have our counselors, we have our social workers who are monitoring, and our staff, who we said, if you have a window into people's homes, whether you like it or not, and there are things that you're seeing, you're experiencing that you may not have had the opportunity in a physical setting. And when you are seeing, experiencing things, we need to know about them so we can put them through the appropriate channels. We were very intentional, deliberate with the way in which we have scheduled our counselors to check in, to support families. We put in a number of interventions and opportunities for families to get additional assistance if they need to do that. Our home and school visitors are extremely active, monitoring data points to determine who do we know historically are families who are struggling, which we have that, but also there's probably a lot of families we don't know, and rely on our staff to give us that information, our principals to constantly check in, who are going into classrooms, monitoring attendance, making sure who are developing risk factors that are challenging for us. But I've said this, that we only can do this if we're in it together, and that if there are community members who are aware of a family that needs support, we like to think we're reaching everyone, and we are trying to reach everyone, and there may be. And we ask you to reach out to our student services department with respects to that. The first question, I believe, was about the policies in terms of leave for Cheltenham Tran, who is our third-party vendor or provider. I have to tell you that I do not know directly what those policies are. I'm sure they're on our website. There is a contact information for Cheltenham Tran that you can facilitate that with. And with regards to, was there a commitment with regards to the district who willingly worked with the township and other agencies, and Dr. Horsey was part of that, Mr. White, Mr. Teasdale, who supported that event as well, and others in admin with the flu shot. And there were no guarantees in terms of that, but we'd like to be considered as a partner. When they had requested for us to do that, we graciously did that. It was a greater good, and hope that when a vaccine comes and there is a distribution, that our district, specifically the high school, is ready and willing to be part of that process.
And I think, Dr. Marseille, I think one part of the question was about educational pods to help some of our struggling families.
We don't lead educational pods, because those are pods that are led by families themselves. We encourage families to do that. Families who are connecting with neighbors, trying to figure out some of the ways in which they could leverage community resources. When we spoke to this with a number of our community members, as we were thinking about what additional ways we can provide childcare, we encourage it, but the district does not facilitate those pods, and encourage families to find ways to connect with each other. I know there were a couple of community members on that call when we were talking about childcare that said that they have reached out to their neighbors and they created their own pods to try to find that as well. And I think there was a question about special ed criteria for staying at home. There is no specific special ed criteria. The reality is that when we look at our positivity rates, when we look at our incident rates, and when they start moving in the direction they are, obviously that we want to support our students and believe that for many of our students currently, this is a good setting for them to get those services. But there is not a specific, if special ed reaches this percentage point versus general ed, we would do something differently. Now, if that cohort, and I don't even want to think about it, but if that cohort and we started seeing positivity cases and we started linking that to community transmission or school transmission, that would immediately move the district into acting swiftly with shifting to a remote model.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roos, I think that covered all of the questions that were asked. Unless there's anything.
Sorry, I'm trying to unmute with the space bar. It doesn't work if you're in the chat feature. Yes, the answer is that covers them all.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the residents who submitted questions during that 10-minute break. Really very much appreciated, very thoughtful questions. And I invite you to also attend the special board meeting on November the 16th, where we'll continue the discussion on our transition plans and winter sports as well. So thank you. Next on the agenda is approval of the October 13th, 2020 Legislative Board meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So move, Charles Burdell Williams.
Thank you, Mr.
Second,
Burdell
Chris
Williams.
Bender.
Thank
Second.
you. Okay, second from Mr. Pender. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, those minutes are approved. Next is the President's report, and that's the nomination of Eastern Center for Arts and Technology representative. I'm going to read that motion. Nomination of Eastern Center for Arts and Technology representative. The Board of School Directors appoints Charles Burdell Williams to serve as the Cheltenham School Board Director Representative to the Eastern Center for Arts and Technology Joint Operating Committee to serve a 3-year term from the beginning December 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023. Do I have a motion to approve that appointment of Mr. Burdell Williams?
So moved, Mr. Cohen. And I just want to thank Mr. Burdell Williams for his service.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Do I have a second on that motion? And it can't be you,
Second.
Mr. Burdell Williams.
Joel Fishbein.
Mr. Fishbein is the second. Do I have any board comment? I would just like to add as well that I'm pleased to appoint Mr. Burdell Williams to a 3-year term. He was serving an unexpired term of a former board member, Dr. Jean McWilliams. And I think you've been doing a fabulous job in providing information to the community about Eastern, but more importantly, providing input to Eastern's decision as well on the Joint Operating Committee. So thank you for your service. I'm going to take this by voice vote. Any other board comments?
If I can make a comment, I want to thank Mr. Burdell Williams because Eastern speaks highly of him, and Dr. Plenarski, she didn't threaten me, but she did say, you better make sure that this goes through. And I told her that I'm not a voting member, but I know 9 people who are, so I'll see what I can do. So apparently his contribution commitment is resounding with the Eastern community.
Thank you. And with those comments, we'll take this by voice vote, starting with Mr. Burdell Williams, and you don't have to abstain.
Aye.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. England?
Aye.
Mr. Fishbein?
Aye.
Ms. Lohman?
Aye.
Mr. Schultz?
Aye.
And Ms. Haywood is an aye. Congratulations, Mr. Burdell Williams.
And
And
Mr.
thank
Pender, Mr. Pender is an
Oh,
aye.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. Pender. Mr. Pender.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's support, and I'll continue to do my best to not only support the entire district, but specifically support the mission of Eastern Center for Arts and Technology and continue to help expand career and technical education. Thank you.
Great. We're counting on you to do that. Okay, I know the students have been really patiently awaiting their portion of the agenda. So I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Lamb and Quincy Rhodes. I don't know if both of you are here this evening. I saw Lisa.
Hi, everyone. I'll present my agenda. Oh, wait, can I have screen share?
Lisa, is it possible just to read off your agenda?
Yeah, sure. No
Yeah, please.
problem. Okay. So first on our agenda is Beyond CHS, which is a website that serves to create a strong alumni network between high school students and past CHS students, or current CHS students, my bad. Alumni provide their contact information, their area of specialty, and their post-CHS track, i.e. university or trade school, We hope to be able to implement this into our school this year, especially during college application season and for future students. This website was created by an alumni, Lily Fung, which was our 2018 Chief of Staff for Student Council. And she has worked with another alumni to create this website, and we are hopefully meeting with Mr. Kaufman to have it approved for our students. From civics and community engagement, we have worked towards the PA Governor Award for the spring election, which is an award for achieving a certain percent of people in our class who can register to vote. Another thing from them is Panther Pay. We are partnering with businesses about implementing discounts for students as long as they show their student ID. It has been difficult this year due to COVID about getting businesses to participate in Panther Pay, but we have some restaurants such as Sicilian Trattoria, Main Street Pizzeria, Humpty Dumplings, Dave's Backyards Farm, Her Castle Farm, and Pizza Box. CHS students can get a discount with their student ID or mention Panther Pay at those restaurants. From environmental and sustainability, we are having monthly meetings with Dr. Mercé, where we discuss about including recycling education in the elementary school curriculum and more recycling bins at the high school. For charity, we're currently working on our annual Thanksgiving basket with Calvary Church. And for athletic updates, the girls field hockey team celebrated their senior night with the socially distant measures in place. And that's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. You guys are really busy doing a lot of great things. Just wanted to note, thank you very much for the students who helped with registering other students and other community members to vote. They were at several community locations over a period of at least 3 weekends, and even during the week before the election. So really appreciate their efforts. And the alumni connection, I think, is a really strong one. And I've got a couple of alumni I'll send your way who may be available to talk to some students as well. And I'm hopeful that the environmental work that you're doing with Dr. Marseille in terms of talking about the issues will result in an environmental policy, green policy that we've had on the table and on our books and actually on our agenda, policy agenda for this year. So excited about that. So thank you very much for your for sharing your information. You guys are doing a great job.
Yeah, and I want to say, if I can, thank you, Lisa. I apologize. I know you don't sleep anyway, but this is late in terms of the other things you weren't able to do because you were with us. So I will be more cognizant in the future that if the board willing, that if we anticipate a long presentation, which I should have anticipated, that we'll move the students up and allow them to present so that they're not here starting at 7 and leaving at 10:15.
I totally agree, Dr. Marseille, and that was really our oversight. So we apologize for keeping you on the line this long.
Yeah.
Oops, I was on mute. Approval of the treasurer's report. Do I have a motion to approve the treasurer's report?
So moved.
Mr. England is the first. Do I have a board second?
Second, Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz is the second. Any board comment? Seeing none, we'll take this by voice vote, starting with Mr. Cohen.
Aye.
Excuse me, Mr. Burdell Williams.
Aye.
Mr. England.
Aye.
Mr. Fishbein.
Aye.
Ms. Sloman.
Aye.
Mr. Pender, I'm not going to forget you this time. Mr. Pender.
Aye.
Mr. Schultz.
Aye.
And Ms. Haywood is an aye. So that motion carries. Okay. Next on the agenda is the approval of superintendent's goals. Every year, the board and the superintendent put together performance goals for the academic year. We're a little earlier than we were last year, but not as early as we need to be next year. But I'm glad it's on the agenda this evening. So pursuant to Act 82 of 2012, the board adopts as the required objective performance standards for Superintendent Dr. Wagner Marseille. The goals is presented to Dr. Marseille in the form attached. Do I have a motion to approve Dr. Marseille's goals for 2020, 2021?
So moved. Joel Fishbein.
Okay, and I think the second was Mr. England?
Mr. Burdell Williams.
Mr. Burdell Williams is the second. Do I have any board comments on the superintendent's goals? Okay, seeing none, we will take this also by a voice vote, starting with Mr. Burdell Williams.
Aye.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. England?
Aye.
Mr. Fishbein?
Aye.
Ms. Lohman?
Aye.
Mr. Pender?
Aye.
Mr. Schultz?
Aye.
And Ms. Haywood is an aye. Dr. Marseille, looking to work with you on these goals and many more that are not on there that you're working on a daily basis. So thank you. And those goals are approved.
Thank you.
Next is Montgomery County Intermediate Unit Report, Mr. England.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Haywood. We did not meet in October, but I have two items to share very briefly. On Thursday, October the 29th, I was invited to join PCCY on a Zoom rally for our children. And the idea was trying to build some energy around the fact that we have unfinished work our legislators have in Harrisburg. Due to COVID, they passed a budget for the schools that was for 12 months at a frozen level. But for everything else, they passed a 5-month budget with the notion that they would come back in November and settle the remaining 7 months of the budget year. And what has happened is they are not coming back in November to settle the budget, at least not that we are aware of at this point in time. And during this rally, I had an opportunity to talk briefly about two items. One was the early intervention funding. And early intervention, very briefly, provides support for eligible children ages 3 to 5 in the areas of fine and gross motor skills, speech and language, vision, hearing, cognitive and social skills. Every child learns and grows in a unique way. Early intervention provides that. The services are provided through the Montgomery County Intermediate Unit. We have seen massive growth in the need for early intervention. It grows by about 95 additional enrollments per month. So we have asked the legislature to not forget about our children, particularly our children who benefit greatly from early intervention, and to finish their budgetary work. I also was able to discuss a letter that our superintendents, including Dr. Marseille, signed off on that went to the leaders of the Senate and the House, again, asking them to please settle the budget. The budget that was passed covered 43% of the needed services. And what this means is that beginning on December 1st, essential services are no longer going to be funded. So that is a real issue. And I would encourage anybody who has reason to reach out to a legislator, to our state representative, to our senator, to please remind them that our children are counting on a full year budget. The second thing was last Saturday, I participated representing the Montgomery County Intermediate Unit in the PSBA delegate conference that was about supporting a platform and priorities for the School Board Association for the coming year. It was not without controversy, and it always is. It always reminds me of just how diverse the state is in terms of where people are and what they're thinking about. I know that Ms. Haywood was there. I don't know if you'll have anything to add in your report on legislative affairs, but that's it. Those were the two items that I was involved with for MCIU. And our next meeting will actually be next Wednesday, November the 18th at 5:45 via Zoom. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. England. I just wanted to compliment you on the comments that you shared during the PCCY rally. Those were both informative and energizing and critically important in terms of making sure that our students, our children, the youngest children, are really taken care of in our schools. So thank you. Next on the agenda is Eastern Center for Arts and Technology, Mr. Burdell Williams.
Thank you, Mrs. Haywood. The Eastern Center for Arts and Technology Joint Operating Committee met on Wednesday, October 14th. After approval of minutes and announcement on any sunshine announcements, we heard from Dr. Plesnarski regarding who was the executive director of Eastern, regarding the Parents' Night that was held, new superintendent orientation, minutes from the Eastern Center for Arts and Technology Foundation, as well as one of the fundraisers that Eastern had this year, which raised $189 for the culinary arts program. The JOC then moved to approve all financial reports and disbursements, and then rolled into what I would call the most important part of the meeting, which is acknowledging the student of the month. And as the community, I believe, realized and remembers from our last legislative meeting, that the September student of the month was our own Kayla Marshall. Again, congratulations again, Kayla. I think this is the third time we've been able to do so publicly as the student of the month for September, and also acknowledged Lawrence Jacoby as the student of the month for October. Moving on, the JOC then moved on to discuss the current budget. So the budget cycle for the Eastern Center for Arts and Technology is on a slightly different cycle than that of the Cheltenham School District, whereas the process for the 2021-2022 budget is currently in progress and is expected to be presented to this board within the next 2 months, aiming toward an approval of February 2021. So moving on, after a presentation on the budget, which I will highlight, one of the main focal points of this budget cycle is that Eastern has kept their operating costs in quite good standing, and as such, will not be asking for any additional funding from their sending districts for the third year in a row, which again is exciting because there is no loss in terms of quality or quantity of programming. I would even share that it is quite the opposite. And again, very excited about what the future holds for Eastern, given the success that they've had in doing so, in keeping their budgetary expenses in check. Very, very, very good news on that regard. Moving on, we then also approved, as discussed, that Eastern we approved their operating in a hybrid model, which was effective on November 5th of 2020. The two conditions that were met, one was that the Pennsylvania Department of Health transmission classification for Montco is either low or moderate, which we are at, and we were on November 5th. And as Dr. Marseille mentioned earlier, that enough of the sending districts support a hybrid model that at least 60% of the enrollment is in a hybrid model, and that is still the case right now. I believe that number is closer to 80% right now. Moving on, there was some discussion of policies, one first read, as well as a few second reads under the policy committee, and then also under personnel affairs. There was the approval of a few school to career coordinators, and also ultimately what are very important part of the Eastern Center for Arts and Technology experience, which is having a training supervisor to match with a student for their learning experience. So there were some approvals made there. Moving on, under facilities and financial affairs, the Joint Operating Committee also approved a contract addendum for the interstate organization, which is the contracted facilities maintenance and janitorial contractor that Eastern uses. These contract addendums were made due to a reduction in services regarding the fact that the building has not had students for the first quarter of this year, and that particular addendum will save Eastern Center for Arts and Technology approximately $15,314 in this particular budget cycle. After approving a surveillance system upgrade, access control system upgrade, and an intrusion system upgrade, the meeting was adjourned, and the next meeting for the Eastern Center for Arts and Technology's Joint Operating Committee is tomorrow, unfortunately in conflict with the Board of Town Hall, at 7 p.m. available via Zoom at eastech.org. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bordeaux Williams. You can actually participate for the first half an hour.
Yeah, I'm actually planning on it. I just feel bad that I can't stay for the entirety. That's all.
Okay, thank you. No pressure. Next is Financial Affairs, Mr. Fishbein.
Thank you, Ms. Haywood. The Financial Affairs Committee met on November 2nd, 2020. After approval of the minutes and roll call, we got into an agenda that included 2020-2021 budget analysis, and most of the meeting centered on the impact of COVID-19 on our revenues and our expenditures. Tax revenues are down substantially, nearly $3.5 million, but a large portion of that is attributable to an extension of the grace period before a discount is lost. And Ms. Michaels did an excellent analysis that shows that we may not really lose very much, because at the same point, 1 week past the discount last year, approximately 85% of the taxes were collected. And this year, approximately 86% of the taxes have been collected. So that with respect to the decrease so far in real estate tax collections, we may see most of that made up. There are other revenues that are down that will likely continue to be down in real estate transfer taxes, certainly earnings on investments, and other local revenue. So we anticipated going into this fiscal situation impacted by COVID to have decreased tax revenues. And so far we're experiencing that, but not too severely. Berkheimer, who collects our taxes, is projecting a 6.68% decrease in quarterly collections, which comes to about $17,000 to $19,000 per month. And obviously, the degree of that impact or the extent of that impact will be impacted by what county and state level restrictions continue to be in effect, whether our people in our community who are employed are called back to work, whether there is any federal paycheck protection help coming, and obviously the long-term economic impact. That is, will the economy actually recover from this? All of those are unknowns that will have a continuing unknown impact on our tax collections. COVID-19 impact state funding is also implicated. It looks like the total allocation and individual allocations that we learned about in June will not be changing. The district received $625,000 of that money, and there's $1,130,000 left to do from the Pennsylvania Department of Education. We've got a lot of expenditures that have increased: cleaning products and PPE, educational resources. We made a significant investment in internet to increase our bandwidth, and we made a significant investment in Chromebooks to make sure that students had Chromebooks to do remote learning. That all added up to about $900,000. And then another thing we were worried about, and now we've learned has come to pass, is the impact of charter school enrollment. The total tuition paid out of our general fund for our students going to charter schools, to brick and mortar charter schools, increased from $640,000 to $1.3 million. And you know, this is an impact that could be solely for the period that we're in a remote or hybrid learning environment, but we have to be concerned and monitor this to ensure that it doesn't stay a problem going forward into when we can get back to our schools. And the same kind of increase was experienced in our charter school enrollment. We went from 48 students enrolled in cyber charter schools in 2019-20 to 94 in 2020-2021. Again, we have to monitor to see whether those cyber school students come back when the district reopens. We did have some anticipated or actual cost savings resulting from COVID. We renegotiated a contract with the CEA. We came to an agreement that permitted us to reopen their contract, and as a result of the savings that we realized from the negotiation that happened when we reopened the CEA contract, we saved $1.2 million. It's not surprising that the cost for substitute teachers has largely been saved because we're in the virtual environment, and so far we've calculated that to be about $47,000. And transportation, we've saved a substantial amount, nearly $800,000 this in the fall. But when if and when we go back to hybrid, the costs are going to be very difficult to ascertain, because depending on how many students return and which of those students decide to take transportation, the level of busing needs is a big unknown. And as we spoke about earlier in the meeting, whether we will even be able to get bus drivers for all of those routes is still an unknown. But we are running buses for private school students, and so we're not getting a full savings of the entire transportation budget. We are saving a substantial amount of that budget. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Fishbein.
The next Financial Affairs Committee meeting is December 1st, immediately following the Facilities Committee meeting, and it will be done virtually.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Fishbein. The next on the agenda is Educational Affairs. Mr. Pender.
Yes, the Educational Affairs meeting was held October 20th, 2020. The meeting was basically broken down into 3 bullet points. The first is where we started, review of the documents, data, and rationale which prompted changes to CSD's professional learning system. 2, student-centered systematized PL, professional learning, a look at the system cycle and instructional practices forming the core of the learning objectives. And 3, CSD's COVID-19 responses, a theoretical framework on how our practices or how their practices support teachers and students through remote learning. Where we started, professional learning will align with the goals of the district and support the system of teacher evaluation. CSD will develop a system, attentional plan for all professional learning activities aligning with CSD's professional evaluation process. In March 2017, there was a curriculum audit that produced 2 things, or several things that we need, I should say, 1, program of observation and feedback. 2, a data-informed professional learning system. And 3, professional learning centered on best instructional practices. Second bullet point, student-centered systematized PL. There were 4 pillars: collect and analyze data, determine PL goals, professional learning, and follow-through. One of the things that stood out to me was we talked about student engagement, and it was based around the work of Charlotte Danielson's framework for teaching called Teaching as an Art. Student cognitive engagement is a part of the Danielson framework for teaching used in CSD to inform conversations about observed instruction. This particular domain is strongly correlated to student achievement and is recommended as a strong starting place when implementing new, vigorous instructional feedback and support systems. One of the things he talked about was a model of engagement. And as I looked at it, I translated to 5 parts: engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. We also took a look at 2 statements on the teacher survey. My principle that engagement sessions will benefit my students in a tangible way. 51% of teachers strongly agreed, and 41% agreed. The second one was my students will benefit in a tangible way as a result of this professional learning session. 52% of the teachers strongly agreed, and 38% agreed. Another area which we took a look at was teacher attendance on in-service days, and the time frame ran from October 2016 to February 2020. The third bullet point was CSD's COVID-19 response. Remote learning has 2 core components requiring mastery on the part of the instructor. The first is high quality pedagogical practices. The second was effective use of instructional technology. CSD's response to COVID-19 pandemic, CSD repurposed the remaining Act 80 professional learning hours available in 2019 to 2020 as half-day sessions occurring every other Wednesday. The inclusion of asynchronous Wednesdays in 2020 and 2021 has allowed the weekly PL, to be devoted, to instructional technology and pedagogy. CSD is always looking to be innovative and on a cutting edge. So they came up with 26 instructional technology tool courses with tutorials, tips, tricks, and support. The core focus is high quality remote learning aligned pedagogy practices. CSD's anchor text and guide is a distance learning playbook, which embeds the practices of visible learning into the remote learning content. Beneficially, the new pedagogical practices learned from this text are transferable back to brick and mortar setting. That concludes my report. The next meeting will be held on Tuesday, November 17th, virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Pender, for that report. Next on the agenda is facilities, and I don't recall, is that Mr. Cohen or Mr. Bordeaux Williams?
That would be me, Mrs. Haywood.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bordeaux Williams.
Sure. The Facilities Committee met on Monday, November 2nd. Recall the meeting was moved because of the Tuesday election day. We started with Mr. Teasdale presenting on COVID-19 facilities-wide updates. Some points of emphasis here are that in the prior month's meeting and also in the prior month's legislative meeting, the facilities department asked the board to approve the purchase of the Aeromax HEPA air filters for 100 classrooms in the high school and 50 classrooms at Elkins Park. They are in-house and currently being installed, and the anticipation is that they will be the expectation is that they will be installed before we return into school for the hybrid model. Also continuing in this regard at both the high school at Elkins Park are the univent repairs and the concurrent balancing required to complete the appropriate amount of air circulation within both of those facilities. That work is ongoing and at the high school is expected to be completed by November 18th. Moving on, again, those two updates were specific to CHS and Elkins Park. Moving on, Mr. Teasdale then shared about other enhancements district-wide to our facilities, such as the replacement of our electric hand dryers with paper towel dispensers. The community may recognize and remember that the CDC made a recommendation that the electric hand dryers could possibly blow and circulate particulates, and recommended paper towel dispensers, and the district responded in replacing them with paper towel dispensers. In addition to that, all of our drinking fountains have been cut off, with the exception of those that have the bottle fillers. There are bottle fillers in the new buildings, and the facilities department did share that they are investigating installing bottle fillers in additional facilities and additional schools. The update also included information regarding hand sanitizer stations, continuous monitoring from the custodial groups regarding PPE and custodial supplies. Also, the sneeze guards, plastic shields have been installed at all of our buildings in the high traffic entry points, mainly at the front reception areas. Another point of emphasis across the district was that Mr. Teasdale shared that in order for the buildings to be completely ready, we did have to move furniture around, and a lot of that furniture is being relocated out of the school buildings in order to create the greatest amount of open space for us to be able to socially distance where necessary. Also, there was an additional shield. One additional point of emphasis that I thought was very, very important is regarding the options for installing additional plastic shields in the cafeteria to try to maximize the capacity in those rooms. If you recall from previous presentations, the percent reduction in amount of students in the student capacity, if you will, in the cafeterias was reduced by, almost 75% reduction in certain cases. And these plastic shields will allow us to double up. So in one case, I believe it was Cheltenham Elementary, was the example where there's either 32 or 36 students that would be able to fit in that cafeteria, which is again designed to hold over 100 students, but that the plastic shields would give us the ability to double that capacity up to and close to 80 students. Moving on, there were some additional updates regarding the individual school buildings. The ADA ramp at the high school was not installed in time for the election, but was expected to be installed yesterday. There's continuing work at the high school on the building maintenance system in order to ensure that we can effectively control and monitor the physical aspects of the building regarding heating and cooling. Painting is continuing at the high school as well, and once the Elkins Park electric air conditioning project upgrade is complete, the gymnasium light upgrade to LED lights will commence. There were no updates at Cedarbrook, Glenside, Myers, nor Cheltenham. However, the air conditioning project at Elkins Park School, to the satisfaction of a lot of our families, although maybe not able to see the complete benefits given the virtual environment that we're in, this project is 95% completed. All of the classrooms have had their units installed. There are just a few outstanding small rooms, small meeting rooms, and other ancillary offices and spaces that still need to have their units installed. And the expectation is that is currently ongoing. At Wincote, as mentioned in the prior month's committee meeting, there is another leak in the glycol system, which services the cooling tower at Wincote. There's a proposal for that pipe repair that's happening now. There is also an expectation of some excavation work that will further help troubleshoot the problem. And that because of I do want to bring this up because I know that Mr. Fishbein and Mr. England have referenced this in the past. You know, that our building being so new at Wincote, right? That is the second newest of the buildings that we have in the district. For something so large, such a large leak to be happening in such the infancy stages of that building's existence should warrant some type of legal or insurance related claim, and the facilities department is looking into that. At the administration building, one small update is just that some AC units are being installed to replace existing units that were either not operational or not operating at peak efficiency. Moving on, Mr. Teasdale then shared about the facilities condition assessment. We were really hoping to have the folks from EMG come out and present on the facilities condition assessment. However, they had a previous commitment. But I should note that the facilities condition assessment will be presented in full at the December 1st facilities committee meeting. At this point, the information provided from the facilities condition assessment has been loaded into School Dude, and we have seen evidence in the School Dude update, which Mr. Teasdale presented directly after the facilities condition assessment update. We have seen evidence there that those work orders are in place and currently not moving forward with assigning those work orders until we're able to effectively sift through them and determine priority as needed. And that concludes my update. The next facilities committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, December 1st at 7 p.m., directly ahead of the Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Burdell Williams, for that comprehensive report. Liaison group is next on the agenda. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cohen.
Yes, thank you. The liaison group met on Monday, October 26th at 8 a.m. And the liaison group, again, as a brief reminder, is a group of township and school district senior management, also board members and commissioners, where they meet periodically to talk about areas of mutual concern and ways of cooperation. At the meeting, it was our first meeting in a while. The township was undergoing some changes with some senior staff, notably a manager, and there is a new township manager, Robert Zankowski, who was at the meeting, and he did introduce himself at the meeting. The first agenda item was to revisit the liaison meeting schedule. It was agreed that the liaison group would meet the third Monday of every month. The next meeting is scheduled for this coming Monday, November 16th at 8 a.m. There was then a discussion about tax abatement, and the tax abatement question at hand is called LORTA, which is Local Economic Revitalization Tax Assistance. Briefly stated, for defined commercial areas of the township in general, the township passed an ordinance where for improvements to the property, the value of the improvements would not be taxed for a period of 10 years at a decreasing rate in terms of the amount of taxes that would be abated or forgiven. And that ordinance also requires school district approval and county approval. By way of brief reminder, about 80% of real estate taxes are generated by the school district. So the school district is very interested in this. And it was agreed by the commissioners to schedule a meeting, and that meeting is in the process of being scheduled. The goal and purpose of that meeting would be to explain to the school board members and hopefully the community, if it is a public meeting, about the LORTA, the tax abatement program, and to have a dialogue and questions and answers about what that entails and the benefits and the impact, both positive and negative, to the community. There was then discussion about the reopening plan, It was noted that Commissioner Brockington is on one of the reopening committees. And there was following that, there was a discussion about payment in lieu of taxes and earned income taxes and incorporating that with the school district. Briefly stated, payment in lieu of taxes, also known as pilots, are something the township has with Arcadia. I believe it might be the only meaningful one. Some other nonprofit properties do pay voluntary basis without having a formal agreement to the township. The school district is not a party to those agreements, and there is a concern and a desire, from my perspective, for the school district to be a party of those agreements and those conversations with nonprofits to make voluntary contributions that are documented by a formal agreement to the township and to the school district. It was agreed to continue those conversations between the school district and the township. There was then discussion about the township's comprehensive plan. The last comprehensive plan was done, I believe, about 15 years ago. Briefly stated, the comprehensive plan looks going forward at the township and sets direction for future changes to zoning, land development goals, looks at demographic issues, at a range of issues about physical structures in the township, especially public buildings, about infrastructure needs. And there's a committee that is in formation now, and the school district will have a seat or seats in that committee that develops a comprehensive plan. And that is a process that's very critical to the future direction of the township. Next, there was a brief conversation about the update on township swimming pools. There was a question. The township stated that they have no plans in place yet for reopening the pools next year. To be clear, it doesn't mean they will not be reopening. It just means they've not really come to terms yet in terms of what will happen with the pools for next summer. Next, there was a brief conversation about the update on Aqua. Aqua, briefly as a reminder, now owns the former township sewer system. And there were questions about that and a brief conversation about that. It was also noted that the school district is looking to do their own 5-year comprehensive plan on school district facilities, as Mr. Birdsell Williams alluded to in his presentation. And then there was a brief conversation about the PFM report. The PFM report is a study that was done by PFM, Public Financial Management, is the organization for the township, that looked at the township's finances and also some changes for the revenue and expenses going forward. It was agreed at the liaison group to jointly look at township and school district facilities, notably, for example, the township administrative facilities and other facilities, and also the school district administration building, to see if there are ways to cooperate and possibly share some joint facilities. And that's going to require a more in-depth series of detailed conversations. There was land development updates. The two major ones were Elkins Estate, and briefly, that is a property on the same side of the street as the school district building, where there was a TIF agreement for, again, another type of tax abatement that both the township, county, and also the school district entered into. And that project is ongoing. The township should be providing more details to the school district about the status of that project. Also, a brief update about Ashburn Meadows, which is a former Ashburn Country Club property further up on the other side of Ashburn Road, going further up towards Cheltenham Elementary School. And it was noted that the developer hopes to break ground by Thanksgiving, meaning this month, and have a model up by spring, and to start moving forward very actively with that project. There was then a conversation of some length about contributions to the township libraries by the school district. It was noted that historically, and this has not happened for years and years, the school district used to make contributions to the library system. Again, that's not happened for, I believe, well over a decade. And there was a conversation about the benefits of the library system to the school district. And a commissioner did request the school district make contributions as well. It was agreed by Dr. Marseille and noted that there are benefits to having strategic conversations with the library system. The library system is undergoing changes. They have a new director. They also have a lot of financial pressures on them. Then there was a brief conversation about the earned income tax, and it was noted that the earned income tax, meaning in this case, the township's earned income tax, the township's looking at increasing that by 1/4 to 1/2 percentage point increase. There was then a conversation about the township's proposed stormwater management fee. Very briefly, that would be a fee that would be imposed on property owners throughout the township, to all property owners, including the school district. And that would be based in some way, shape, or form on a formula to be determined based on their impact for stormwater runoff. And it was agreed that the school district, and it was reminded, it was agreed earlier actually, the school district would have a seat on that committee, which is also in formation. Wrapping up, there was a note by Commissioner Norris. The township is in the middle of their budget process and they're working forward on that as well. And again, the next meeting is scheduled for Monday of next week for November 16th at 8 a.m. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. That was a very comprehensive agenda. I know that the liaison group had not met for a while, so you covered a lot of ground. I just have a quick question on the Elkins Estate. Has there been any development at the Elkins Estate recently?
Based on my understanding in the liaison group meeting, work is going on inside the buildings. Again, as a brief reminder, there should be very little new development outside of the buildings, with the exception of some parking lots, basically, and a few other minor things such as a band shell. The vast majority of the work will occur within the existing structures, and there are no plans to demolish any of the existing buildings as well. So the work that's going on, my point is largely out of sight because it's being done internal to the buildings. And obviously the buildings are set back from the street. So my understanding is that work is ongoing inside the buildings. I did ask and the township agreed to give a more detailed update about the project. I did raise a question about the project, about a question if the pandemic is impacting the project in any way. In that the ultimate goal of the project, as a reminder for the community, is for a hotel and conference and event facility. And obviously the pandemic right now is impacting that industry in a dramatic way, along with the restaurant and distillery. So I also am trying to get some feedback from the township to A, make sure the project's on site, and B, that the current pandemic is not impacting the project or its progress in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Policy Committee. I'll give that report. So the Policy Committee met on Wednesday, October the 28th at 8 a.m. via Zoom. After roll call, the minutes of the September 23rd, 2020 meeting were approved before the committee turned to old business. This evening, there are two policies that I will briefly review that will be presented for board approval or adoption, and several policies, as you'll see, that are listed as first read policies, with several of the first read policies listed for repeal due to either renumbering, renaming, and consolidation, and in many instances in combination. And just to give some background, after proposed revisions to a board policy are reviewed by the policy committee, and if the committee is recommending the revisions to the full board, the policy will be listed on a legislative meeting agenda for the board's consideration on a first reading basis. That's what's happened with the first read policies that are listed tonight. And after the first reading, the policy will then come back to the committee for a second review, which we call typically second read. And if there's no further substantive revisions are made to the policies will come back to the legislative committee and posted for as a policy for adoption. If approved by the board, any revisions that are made between the first and second read, once adopted by the board, will be incorporated into the policy and posted on our board docs. If the committee proposed any substantive revisions to the policy between the first and second read, or by the time the board is adopting the policy will come back to the committee as a new first reading. When policies are recommended for repeal, which there are a number of them listed under first read, the process is basically the same. And the policy agenda, as will be done this evening, will reflect the reason for the repeal, may include whether the policy is no longer legally relevant or required, there's been a change to internal practice, or there's been a consolidation of a policy with other policies. Over the past several years, we focused on our attention on updating policies that are over 10 years old, and we have quite a few of them. Consolidating policies and identifying policies that require change either due to changes in the law, policy updates that address and improve practices in our school, like adoption of the equity policy, student discipline policy, student dress code, just as some examples. And this evening, there's several first read policies that were updated or changed due to changes to Title 9. And Title 9 changes were released in May of this year, and they shift the direction of the treatment of Title 9 sexual harassment claims. The new Title IX regulations add additional due process requirements and protections and required a significant number of our policies to be updated accordingly. So I want to thank the work of our solicitor, Mr. Ken Roos, who worked closely with the policy committee in bringing many of the policies that are listed for first read this evening into compliance with Title IX and those changes. I'll start tonight with the policy board adoption and repeal, starting with policy 714, use of bicycles and motor vehicles. This policy was originally from 1998. It was renamed and renumbered to include bicycles. This policy and the accompanying administrative regulation 714 cover the operation and parking of bicycles and motor vehicles on school property and when staff, students, or others travel to and from our school buildings. With the proposed adoption of policy 714, I will be requesting the board's approval to repeal policy 222, which was formerly renamed use of motor vehicles, and that's being asked for adoption for repeal due to renumbering and renaming. So I'll start with those two first. So do I have a motion to approve policy 714 and repeal policy 222?
Motion to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burdell Williams. Do I have a board second?
Second, Ms. Loman.
Thank you, Ms. Sloman. Any board comment?
Yes, I have a comment if I may, please, Ms.
Sure.
Haywood.
Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Under the language in policy 714, I raised this issue last time, and I think it was addressed in most cases, but not all. The word automobile still appears under authority under the third paragraph, all automobiles parked. And it's a technical change, but I think it is important where it refers in general, including the title, to motor vehicles, and automobiles are a subset of motor vehicles. So my request is that automobiles be altered in that third paragraph to motor vehicles. Key distinction being, again, that trucks and SUVs and vans and other vehicles, motor vehicles are not necessarily automobiles, whereas motor vehicles is more inclusive and includes all types of what we generally consider to be motor vehicles that are licensed by PennDOT. So that's my suggested amendment request, that again, automobiles be altered to motor vehicles in the third paragraph under authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I'm going to defer to Mr. Roos. Is that, would you consider that to be a substantive change to policy 714 that would require it to go back to the policy committee for re-review? Or is that really more explanatory of changing out or replacing motor vehicles with, automobiles with reference to motor vehicles is a more broad term and definition?
You can adopt the policy tonight with the substitution. So I will go into board docs, make the change, and it can be adopted tonight with the substitution.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Cohen, for your comment and for noting that inconsistency. So with that, I'm going to do this by roll call vote, starting with Mr. Burdell Williams.
Aye.
Mr. Cohen.
Aye.
Mr. England.
Aye.
Mr. Fishbein.
Aye.
Ms. Lohman.
Aye.
Mr. Pender.
Aye.
Mr. Schultz.
Aye.
And Ms. Haywood is an aye. Thank you. Next is a fairly lengthy list of policies posted for first read. And again, the following policies I'm just going to quickly read were updated to address changes to Title IX, and several related policies are listed for repeal due to renumbering, renaming, and consolidation. I'm not going to read that list of policies. They'll come back to the board for further review next month. But for purposes of this meeting and given the number of first read policies, I will only list those policies that are new or have been updated to conform with Title IX requirements. Policy 247, bullying and harassment, was updated again to reflect the reporting of such incidences to the Title IX officer, among other procedural changes that were made to that policy. Policy 248, hazing, is listed as a new policy. You may recall that we already have an existing hazing policy, but that was subsumed in policy 247, which was originally named Bullying, Hazing, and Harassment. Now, policy 248 has been, or hazing, has been pulled out of policy 247 and now is a standalone policy under 248. Policy 103, equal opportunity and non-discrimination in school and classroom practices, as well as policy 860, maintaining appropriate boundaries with students, policy 348, sexual harassment, and policy 104, which is also a new policy, equal opportunity and non-discrimination in employment and contract practices, again, are all policies that have been either updated and or new as it relates to complying with Title IX changes. The remaining first read policies are important and address employment of substitutes, which we talked about earlier. That's policy 305. Employment of summer school staff, which seems to be a long way off, but it's right around the corner, policy 306. And employment of district staff, policy 303. Again, all these first read policies will come back to the board next month if there's no substantive changes to those policies that would require them to go back for a new first read. And the following administrative regulations are only listed for review only, as the board does not adopt administrative regulations. That includes AR 714, use of bicycles and motor vehicles, AR 247, bullying and harassment, AR 248, hazing, and AR 103, which actually I think should be 104. I think it was changed. Okay, thank you. Equal opportunity and non-discrimination in school and classroom practices, and AR 860, maintaining appropriate boundaries with students. That concludes my report. The next policy committee meeting is this week on Thursday, November the 12th at 8 a.m. Please feel free to join us. It's a Zoom meeting and all are welcome to attend. Thank you. Next on the agenda is communications. And Mr. Fishbein, I believe you're giving that report?
That's correct. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The Communications Committee met on October 22nd, 2020, virtually. After approval of the minutes and roll call, we addressed 4 topics on the agenda. The first was reopening communications. The second was communications analytics. The third was translation requests, which is something the student body has asked of us. And the fourth was highlighting teacher and student activities on social media accounts. And I'll go through briefly each of those. We've talked a ton about reopening tonight, and a lot of our ability to engage the community has come about because our communications have been so robust. There was a series of meetings going into this school year with the various reopening committees, and they have renewed again, and they're happening now and next month. There were a number of surveys to students, families, and teachers, the most recent of which closed on October 19th, and we had 2,300 families represented, 1,800 students, and 364 teachers. And we have heard a lot of the reporting from those surveys tonight. We talked about the timing, which we talked about tonight. Again, Dr. Marseille actually presented earlier versions of what we saw tonight at the Communications Committee meeting, because so much of what we're doing now has to do with educating ourselves about the current state of affairs and the best practices recommended by the health authorities. A lot of that is also appearing on our website on the reopening page, and I commend everyone. That is a product of the work of the communications staff in the administration, and I commend you all to read that. Every month in the communications committee meeting, we go over our analytics for our social media reach. And this year, that's really been quite different because the nature of our communications through social media has changed dramatically. Given the pandemic, we're doing a lot of highlighting the pandemic response, and but there's still the news share every week, and we are doing about as well as we typically do in terms of engagement, slightly lower ranked than usual, but always in the top because of the efforts of our communications team. I'll skip through the rest of communications analytics because this has been a long meeting. The translation request, which was on the agenda, came out of our student leadership asked that of us to ensure that we are translating our communications for non-English language speakers in our communities. And the communications department has worked to identify ways to inexpensively translate the work of the communications department to languages that are represented in our community, and where there are family members who will not be able to consume our communications without translations. And that work is ongoing, and we really commend the students for being sensitive to that issue and bringing it to our attention. And the communications committee, along with communications staff, is working on getting adequate translations onto our communications. The remote learning environment has caused teachers and school-based activities to recognize an even greater need for reaching out through social media. And there have been various excellent examples of teachers or extracurricular programs upping their game in social media to ensure connections with students and families. And you'll be seeing that if you are on Facebook or Instagram mostly, but also Twitter in the coming weeks and months. The next communications committee meeting is, and I need to look that up, I apologize. Calendar. It's the third Thursday. So I'm sorry, I don't have that handy. If somebody could look that up, that'd be great.
Yep, it's going to be on November 19th, Joe.
November 19th, and that will be at 7 p.m. and it will be virtually.
Correct.
That concludes my report. Thank you, Charles.
No problem.
Great, thank you, Mr. Fishbein, and thank you for taking on the translation request of the students. Great that you guys are looking into that piece of it. Next on the agenda is the legislative report. This will be brief. Right now, the PA General Assembly is out of session due to the election. I want to congratulate Mr. Napoleon Nelson, former school board member, current tax collector, I always forget his title right now, who actually won the seat for the House of Representatives in Area 154, taking that seat that was going to be left vacant by Representative Steve McCarter. So wanted to congratulate him on that. Generally, the Montgomery County School Board Legislative Committee had been meeting literally on a weekly basis at the height of COVID-19, although it's still always the height of COVID-19. But most recently, we have not been meeting more as regularly However, we've been really kept abreast of any of the proposed legislation at the time when the General Assembly was in session, of any issues that really required intervention and advocacy by school boards. Just a couple of things to point out. The Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency, PCCD, recently announced the release of $49.8 million to address additional COVID-19 related health and safety needs for school districts. And I'm not sure if we've taken advantage of any of those dollars, but wanted to point that out, that those are significant dollars that are available. The governor signed into law House Bill 703, now Act 84, which requires school districts to publish on their websites the email addresses for all of their school board directors. I believe we already do that. And, again, you can reach any of us by our first initial last name at cheltenham.org. And you can reach the school board overall, all 9 of us, through schoolboard@cheltenham.org. But now that's actually now law. That's been adopted by the governor. House Bill 2438, which was legislation that was supported by the Pennsylvania School Boards Association, was signed into law, and it will enhance broadband services across the state. In many areas of the state, there are really pockets where broadband is not available. So many students during the virtual learning, using virtual learning platforms, were not able to really connect adequately because of the failure of having broadband available in their area. Last issue is the district, as Mr. Fishbein had indicated in his financial affairs report, in terms of the impact of charter school tuition cost. The districts may pay about $475 million more in charter school tuition. And that's according to a report recently released by the PA Association of School Business Officials, PASBO. And that's a significant amount of money that school boards will have to absorb. Some of that may come back to the school districts as we go back to a hybrid model. But for right now, that is money that's really leaking out of the school districts, many of them to charter schools, typically cyber charter schools. And with that, Mr. England also alluded to the PSBA. There was a legislative platform that was adopted by PSBA this past Saturday. And there were 4 priority issues that I'll just briefly share with you for the 21-22 legislative session. Enacting meaningful charter school reform, which is right on target, and it continues to be a priority issue for PSBA, and definitely a priority issue for most school districts, including Cheltenham. Providing significant continued financial investment for school districts. Again, a continuing issue and request of all school districts. Addressing Pennsylvania's pension funding crisis, which we know we have one, and we pay significant dollars for funding pensions. And then providing for safety and mental health needs of students. So with those are 4 legislative priorities, that PSBA will be focusing on this year. There'll be different calls to action during the year, not just around these priority issues, but probably others. And so we will keep you posted, including the community, about ways that we can continue to support our district through advocacy at the state, local, and federal level. That concludes my report. So I'll turn to personnel, Ms. Jackson. I know it's been a long meeting.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm submitting the following action items as a consent agenda. Number 1, approval of leadership stipend positions, A and B. 2, acting board secretary compensation, A. 3, appointment of long-term substitute teacher, A. And 4, extra duty, extra pay, A.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Do I have a motion to approve this report?
So moved.
So moved, Bill.
Okay, Mr. England is first. Do I have board second? I didn't hear that.
Second, Joel Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Fishbein. Any board comments? Seeing none, we'll take this by voice vote, starting with Mr. Burdell Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Cohen,
Aye.
Mr. England,
Aye.
Mr. Fishbein,
Aye.
Ms. Lohman,
Aye.
Mr. Pender,
Aye.
Mr. Schultz,
Aye.
and Ms. Haywood is an aye. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. That's been all approved.
Thank you. Next are the informational items. 1, retirements, A through E. 2, non-discretionary leaves of absence, A through D. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I just wanted to note that Ms. Washington, we're going to really be, sorry to see her leave. She's been with the district for what, 32 years? 32 and a half years. That's a long time. So wanted to thank her. That's the only name that I recognized on the list, but wanted to thank everyone who is, retiring this year and wishing them well in whatever endeavor they undertake in retirement. Thank you. Next on the agenda is Educational Affairs, Dr. Smith.
I'm submitting the following as a consent agenda. 1, approval of graduate coursework program. 2, approval of conference. 3, approval of agreement. And 4, approval of educational service agreement.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Do I have a motion to approve the educational report?
So moved, Charles Burdell Williams.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, David Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Any board comments? Seeing none, we'll take this by voice vote, starting with Mr. Burdell Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Cohen,
Aye.
Mr. England,
Aye.
Mr. Fishbein,
Aye.
Ms. Lohman,
Aye.
Mr. Pender,
Aye.
Mr. Schultz,
Aye.
and Ms. Haywood is an aye. The motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Then moving on to Financial Affairs, Ms. Michaels. You might be on mute. Ms. Michaels, are you on mute?
I can read the agenda if that's okay. I'm not sure what's happening or.
Go ahead, Mr. Dr. Marseille.
Sure. So I'd like to present this for board approval. Approval of payments 1A.
So moved.
Do you want to do both together? The approval of the 2021 budget transfers as well?
Oh, I'm sorry, and the approval of the 21-21 budget transfers.
Great. Mr. Schultz?
Still moved.
Still so moved. Okay. Who's second?
Second.
I have Ms. Lohman as a second. Any board comment? Seeing none, I'm going to take this in reverse order. Mr. Schultz?
Aye.
Mr. Pender?
Aye.
Ms. Lohman?
Aye.
Mr. Fishbein?
Aye.
Mr. England?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Burdell Williams?
Aye.
And Ms. Haywood is an aye. Wanted to make sure you guys were still awake. Okay. Next on the agenda is public comments, and we'll take a 5-minute break and ask if there are any public comments on anything. Does not have to be on the agenda. Please submit those to CSD board meeting comments at cheltenham.org. Please include your first and last name and where you reside in the district. And we'll resume in, wow, it's 11:26, so 11:31. See you then.
Good night, Optimus.
Okay, it's now 11:31, so we'll resume the meeting. I'm going to ask Mr. Russo submitted.
There were no comments submitted.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Roos.
You're welcome.
Next on the agenda is response to prior public questions. I don't believe that there were any prior public questions that were left unanswered after the last meeting. So information is future meetings as listed. And then last on the agenda, the only thing I think we would add to this, Dr. Marseille, is the placeholder for the Monday, November 23rd special board meeting.
I'm sorry, yes, that will be noted.
Okay. Alrighty, I just saw that.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Haywood, also the liaison group meeting is on Monday, the 16th at 8 a.m.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for adding that. Any other changes to future meetings? I don't see any. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Too many people said that at once. I wonder why. I heard Mr. Fishbein and Mr. Burdell Williams. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Mr. Shaw.